All right, all right, all right. Hopefully you guys are all out there. I have my dog in the background ripping up a toy. Tune into my live feed so I can get my chat working. Hopefully the mic's good and everybody can hear me. Let me see, turn up my monitor a little bit so I can hear. All righty then. What is up, everybody? So it was lovely. I didn't have to stream Tuesday. I didn't have to stream Wednesday. Um, Nobody needed a brain break. Nobody needed a chill. If anything, things have been pretty serene. Couple protests here and there since the election, but everything's just been kind of even up the middle. And I don't really, even if the other side had won, you would have heard me saying the same things. Everything's going to be okay. You're going to make it through it. We're Americans. That's what we do. I think this time out sent a very big message to the other side that, hey, the shit you're peddling isn't working. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it, just like you're entitled to say, no, I think, this, that, and the other thing about the other side. Um, Hopefully everything, we'll see what happens though. That's where I'm at with things. I want to see how things happen moving forward. Will it be better? Will it be worse? Let's hope it all. I still think it can get worse before it's going to get any better, but that's unfortunate that sometimes change has to have pain involved in it. And if there isn't, then you're not doing it right, in my opinion. I don't think anything is that easy. So we'll see what happens going forward. But, um, let's hope that we can end some of the divisiveness, some of the bullshit, some of the rhetoric. It doesn't look like some people are stopping. What's up, Paul? How are you? Um, I find it funny though that I'm watching like I always watch news and all this and just watching the meltdown on one side and then watching the other side just like what the fuck is wrong with these people? Um, but it's legit if you're sitting there espousing that somebody is Hitler, a Nazi, and all this other kind of stuff. Well, shouldn't you be like getting out a passport and leaving the country about this point, or going to war or whatever, to defend your point of view? But nope, nope. You're just going to sit around and bitch for the next 4 years, is pretty much what we're going to look at from one side. I mean, and I'm not going to lie, you're lying to yourself if you don't realize that the other side did that for the 4 years of Joe Biden. So, is what it is. It really is what it is. I mean, I was shocked. I wasn't expecting us to have any results till probably about this Friday, unless it was a blowout one way or another and it was definitive. And my God, was it fucking definitive. Just looking at the motion map of the way people switched votes and all kinds of stuff was like, holy shit. And going to be interesting. Interesting 4 years coming up. So my lighting is going to be a little bit off, I think, at first. And that's only because I am showing off my old 3D printer and it's still got a little resin in the vat. And I'm not sure if these lights will emit a frequency that'll cure the UV. So I don't want like crustiness in my in my vat for my resin. Oh, I believe it, Paul, especially if you've been working your ass off like normal. So the camera's going to be zoomed way out, and I'm going to hit the side light and hope it doesn't jack anything. But this is the Elegoo Ultra 3D or Ultra 4K 3D Pro printer. that I had been making all my prints on. And because I was able to fix this touch screen here, this touch screen had an issue where I couldn't touch it and it switched over to Chinese. But I was able to disassemble this whole thing, take apart the touch screen and fix it and get it working again. So this printer is a viable working printer. Works just fine. This is just a casing that goes over it. In here, this is the vat where you put your resin. Right here. And if you listen to it, still a little resin on the side there. When you replace the FEP or whatever, it should sound like a snare drum. But all this, I've had to replace the FEP on this a couple times. I'm going to put that back in kind of darkness and out of direct light, just because I don't want to get jacked up. In the background here, you can see this. This is just an air filter that was an advancement on this model. Wipe off the screen a little bit. A little dust and stuff on it. This is your 4K printing screen. Basically, when the light turns on, this is what tells it what layer to print. Everything else up here, which is a little hard to see because of the size of the printer and everything else. This is your build plate. So this lowers in. You can see the bottom's like a shiny metal, and it's scuffed. I have to scuff this every now and again with sandpaper. But this basically, put the tank back on and put it back together real quick. So this lowers down into this vat of resin, prints onto the plate, pulls up, goes back down, pulls up, and does it by microns. And that's basically what builds out your layer for your 3D prints. As I bang around everything. And then that's how we get stuff like the guy we're going to print tonight, which is the Buddy Christ. But he's printed basically upside down like this. And it slowly pulls them up, out, until each little layer is built. And that's the basis of the 3D printer. And like I said, this is the old, and I say old, it's only like 2 years old or something like that. Well, I've had it for 2 years, probably 2.5 years old. But this is the Elegoo Mars 3 Pro Ultra 4K 3D printer. And it's 4K because the screen itself is 4K. Like I said, my wife, when we thought it was dead and I hadn't replaced the touch screen yet. Get that out of there. She went and bought me new and sexy. And I haven't even taken this thing out of the box. I'm actually going to take off my headset real quick. So when I say I haven't even taken it out of the box, I mean it's still boxed. Like, I have not removed this thing from the box. I've had it for about 2 weeks. And it's time. It's time to break out the new printer. Let's take a look, see what we got. And like I said, this should be new and sexy. Now, I might even have to go up higher on the camera, on the workspace, the whole 9 yards. Look at this. All that functifiedness. We're going to go with the Frogzilla power drink tonight. Let's see what we got. So right off the rip, we got the user manual for it. It's a Mars 5 3D printer. The screen prints in 9K. So I should have twice the resolution. So like every little ripple on this Incredible Hulk that you can or can't see on my camera because my camera's shitty, but every little ripple on this muscle should be super defined at this point. It should print damn near flawless. This thing came with, I believe, an AI camera too, so I can actually watch it when it's printing, and it predicts if the model's going to fail while it's printing. So let's take some of this stuff out of the box. All right. Let's see. Okay, what this is, which is very nice, because if I show you on the old model printer, when you're pulling the print off and everything else, a lot of times the resin will fall down the front of it. You know, it'll be like a little drip that'll come off the build plate. What this is, I believe, it's going to hang on the printer, and then it's going to go right around where the vat is. And then when you're taking your print out or what have you, if it drips, it just drips into this little catcher. And then it's actually got the little pour nozzles here and one here, so that you can do the runoff for the resin back in, so you're not wasting as much resin. Definitely more efficient. Let's set that aside. Sup, Smurf? Smurf, I don't know if you know Rogue of the Leaf, but that's who Paul is. Let's see. I think this is just... All right, so we got a standard power cable. Looks like a typical one that you would find on the back of a PC, or a power brick for a laptop. Three-prong ground. Oh, dear Lord. Pulling this beast out is going to be fun. Good God. So, compared to the old printer, things like knocking shit everywhere. Holy fuck. I can't even get this goddamn thing into full shot. Hold on a second. Let me undo the camera stand so I can pull back on this thing. Look at the size of this. This thing's a goddamn monster. Holy shit. Reattach the camera. Holy goddamn. So, to give you an idea, I was able to pick up the other one no problem. Get the whole thing in the shot. This one, goddamn. When I say it's like 2 to 3 times the size, I'm not exaggerating here. It's this bad boy's big. Holy shit. I was not expecting it to be this big, guys. Like, I figured I was going to put these things side by side and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I got shit on the side of this. Let's see. Down here I have a spot for where a USB would go. Of course, the DC plug-in, your power switch, and then I actually have like a coax line that looks like I screw in something for the Wi-Fi, which is telling me, since I'm not seeing other things in this packaging or what have you, that most of the parts are probably under this lid and inside the printer itself. Holy shit. And that's exactly what it is. They definitely did not screw around when they packed this. So let's see. First things first, We have a toolkit. Toolkit's just kind of standard fare, it looks like. I'm guessing this is for replacement bits. Here's our power brick. This is going to run into the DC slot. You can take this apart real quick. Yeah, you can tell I'm just unboxing this damn thing too. But yeah, so typical wall plug. This will run power right to the machine. What the hell's this? Oh, cool. I'm not going to scratch that off right now, but that is for their slicing program that they give away free with it. And I think if you were to buy the slicing program by itself, it's like $150. So right there, just the value on this little stupid card by itself paid for like half the printer. They gave me some of these, which this is for your excess resin. So you can funnel it back into the tube. It's got like a mesh down here. I think it might be a little bright because of the lighting hitting it. But there's mesh here. And I don't even need them. I actually have a metal one that I use. They gave you some rubber gloves. This is a scraper for the actual inside, the FEP. This is a metal scraper to help you remove it from the plate. This actually has the Chitu box loaded on here already, and this is your default USB drive that they give you, so you can put your models on there. It'll plug into down here in the side. Well, we know what that's for. Let's go ahead and put that Wi-Fi antenna on now and get that all cool. They gave me 2 of these. I guess they're afraid of me getting COVID while I'm 3D printing. Oh, no, wait. That's not what they're for. Actually, they're charcoal line filter masks. You put them on. They want you to wear them. I actually have a professional mask that I wear, so you're not breathing in resin fume, because you get a buildup of that in your lungs. It'll make me smoking for 40 years look like a joke. It's very possible. All right, so our next chunk comes off. And then here we have, holy shit. Now, this is interesting. I'm going to have to look up exactly how it goes. This is the build plate for this one. They have used a new, I'm sure you guys can probably see the patterning on this. So this should be a smoother release than the other one. Let's get that plastic off of there. Yeah, but that's a pretty crazy build plate. And instead of it screwing on, if I were to guess, yep, just to show you guys what I'm looking at, even though I know it's cockeyed, your build plate just, let me bend that back, just slides in, locked in. That's it, build plate's assembled. So much easier than that screw-on type I was using. This right here. That is the vat. That's the FEP. Let's see if they have it honed right. Perfect. That's in tune. Let's see what else we got. Okay, that's just a block for packaging. Now back here where I'm pulling, this is my AI camera. This little AI camera will watch the print, measure it against what the 3D print is, and if there's a flaw in my 3D print while it's going, it cancel out the print. The reason why that is important is because sometimes I'll go 9 hours on a print, it'll print all the way the hell out, and then I'll realize it's flawed somewhere in the print, And then I have to scrape everything out. I have to change out all the resin. I have to clean this whole thing up, like tear it apart and clean it. This will warn me ahead of time when it first fails, stop the print, alert me on my phone, send it through the Wi-Fi signal and say, hey, asshole, you fucked up here. Go and like fix this and then go look at your print. So actually an amazing feature. Let me get that vat plate out, or vat tank out. Get rid of the final layer here. Step one. Well, please peel off this film. Please read the user manual before using this product. Yeah, I trust me, I got you there. Let me use like a brush or something, see if I can't get this stupid little piece of tape up. Give me something that I can just get in there and get a hold of that. Wow. So 9K screen. That's impressive. I also have on the bottom of the vat, looks like FEP tape. So that is to keep shit from getting in between. I'm going to need that again to get this up. And I'm going to be honest with you, there are some 3D printers that were rated higher, stuff like this, than the Elegoo's, because other people have gotten in the market. I will only specifically ever buy Elegoo. And the reason why is because I had an issue with my last one. God damn, that's fucking crazy. That's beautiful the way that slides together. So I had an issue with my Mars 3 Pro. About a month in, something happened with the screen underneath, and it crapped out on me. Just completely shit the bed. Apparently, this is an auto leveling bed too up here, which is amazing. But my old one had shit the bed, and I messaged them and said, hey, look, I'm pretty much sure I'm in warranty, but this is the problem I had with the screen. They had me send a picture of what the screen was doing and everything else on a screen power on test. I showed it to them. They sent me out not one, but 2 replacement screens and said, if you have any issues changing it or whatever, here's where you go to watch a video on how to change it, the whole 9 yards. This thing is impressive how solid it actually is. Yeah, okay, cool. So there you go, mister. That's got it in one, right? But Elegoo, I'm going to tell you now, any issue I've had with their product, either there's been people there to help me from the company itself, like I mean, no, almost no question, questions asked. Just prove that you didn't throw your machine down a fucking well or something and then say it broke. But they shipped everything out free, everything else, replaced everything. Customer service was just over the top notch, immediate answers, no arguments, no question, no like severe questioning. Just typical like, hey, okay, so just show us what it's doing. Okay, this is how you fix it. I don't know if it's made from clean coal, but I can tell you now that's definitely Chinese as the first language. Better get these printers quick before the tariffs kick in, boys. Just saying. I'm going to do a power up of it. I'm not going to print something on it just yet. I'll do that and then show off whatever I printed on Sunday. I'll find something to print. But I am going to hook her up. That's got to go there. Should have an open spot down here on my power strip. I mean, this is a sexy bitch. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually very happy with the design of it. Like I said, it's hard to see, but apparently this auto levels the bed. Before you'd have to do one screw here, one screw there, and then set this free, lower it down all the way to the 0 point on the bed, and then level everything yourself. Well, that just came on. Device self-test. Let's see, release film count. Mechanical sensor is being calibrated. Do not touch device. Z-axis motor status. Then it's going into an X motor status. Holy shit, you guys seeing this? It adjusted the bed itself. All right. That's actually really fucking cool. Power on self-test. Device installation. Anti-UV cover. I'm flipping through it now. Okay, so yeah, I'm flipping through the user manual now. Software installation setup. Opening slice AI camera and the printer management interface. You can turn on the AI camera to observe the printing situation in real time. You can also choose whether to activate the time-lapse photography feature before starting to print. The generated time-lapse videos can be saved in the history records. So basically, I could do a time-lapse video for shit I print, and we can put it up on the channel when it's done. Like when I'm painting it or whatever, I could put the video over in a little corner or something and have that playing. That's pretty awesome. AI camera shooting quality may decrease under poor lighting conditions. Time-lapse photography can only be used when the model height exceeds 50 millimeters. Device can store up to 20 time lapse photography videos. Only when the model height exceeds 90 millimeters, the AI will detect abnormal conditions such as anomalies on the build plate or warped edges. With continuous deep learning, the AI's camera detection and judgment of anomalies will become more accurate. Oh, great. This thing's going to figure out how to kill me in my sleep, isn't it? And then there's resin calibration, which is cool. Firmware upgrades. Let's see. Settings. I'll get into the Wi-Fi later. Language, app, print mode. Service, upgrade version. Okay. Let's see. Tools. LCD screen exposure. Oh, cool. All right, so my screen's looking good. I'm seeing the Elegoo Technologies. That's letting me know it's good. It's running about 80 degrees Celsius or 80 degrees Fahrenheit, I'd say. All right, so that worked. Let's check the grid. Grid patterning works fine. So that's excellent. The temperature is maintaining. That's brilliant. Like to see that. And then we'll turn on the full screen, make sure there's no dead pixels in there. I'm not seeing anything dead. That's excellent as well. And then I can also fuck with the exposure time. I have tank cleaning. I have a device self-test, resin calibration. Very nice. Very, very nice. Let me look at my device info. Printer name. So I can name this, give it a model number. Well, the model number is a Mars 5 Ultra. Tells me my firmware version. It's got no network address, the AI camera firmware. So, yeah, that's thing of fucking beauty, boys and girls. I don't even remember what the first thing I 3D printed with my old one was, but looks like on the lid, there's actually a thing on the back here if I want to put in an exhaust fan for it. But let's get the old lid on there. Man, that is a sexy bitch. All right, let's kill the power unplugger. And mister, you're right. If it's from China, you don't want to connect the Wi-Fi. I would connect it for like 30 seconds, but realistically, if I was doing something fucked up or whatever, maybe to drop a firmware on there. But if I can do all that stuff from the USB, then I would prefer to do it that way. I don't think I'm going to connect the Wi-Fi. I will hook up the AI camera and get it to see if I can figure out a way of backing it up directly. If I can back things up directly onto my USB and then plug it in my PC and read it that way. But even then, I'm going to be virus scanning and everything else the whole time. Matter of fact, I know somebody who was a developer for Samsung for, I think, like 10 years before the pandemic hit and he got laid off. And he wrote most of the software on Samsung phones. I'll actually have him take a look through the software and make sure there's nothing malicious in there. No malware, none of that stuff. All right, let's get you off the table, buddy. Oh, shit, that's heavy. New and sexy. It's like a Yugo. It's boxy, but good. All right. Yeah, so I mean, grab my damn headset. The comparison between the 5 and the 3. The 3 is my old reliable. I'm going to hold on to that bad boy and keep it handy. But the 3, really, I love the damn machine. And if the 5 even does half as well as it's going to be impressive. What's up, Sheree? How are you? All right, let's get our normal, regularly scheduled program working here. And tonight we're gonna print everybody. Well, I printed them out, but we're gonna paint everybody's favorite, the Buddy Christ. You gotta love the Buddy Christ. And I mean, I don't know if everybody remembers what this is from. It's from a movie called Dogma. But I always got a kick out of it because George Carlin was sitting there giving a speech about it. Like when they presented this figure and came out with this statue, and they're like, the Catholic Church basically, they're like, Jesus represents love, all this other stuff. However, the only depictions we have of him is him hanging on a cross and being beaten and tortured and all this other terrible, scary imagery. We need something a little bit more friendly. Therefore, I present to you the Buddy Christ. He's friendly. He's happy. He's your friend. But yeah, when my daughter Kiddo out on the West Coast, she started learning about religion. And I've made the whole joke about it and everything else. And she had made a comment about the Buddy Christ, so I decided to print her one, and I'll send it out to her poetically at Christmas. And let's see. Let's see what we're looking at. I think I already pulled up Buddy Christ. So that's what he's going to look like when he's painted. Hopefully, I don't screw this up too bad. Looks like I'm looking at reds, gold, white, and then doing like a peach for the face, everything else. I'm really going to have to bring up an in kind. I'm going to have to bring up an in kind on my tablet or what have you, so I can really look at the eyes, all that. So yeah, yeah, I've got an aunt who is a diehard anti-Trumper. So, and my grandmother is very much like a Reagan Republican type person, and the two of them arguing online is fucking kind of hysterical to me. I don't understand. It's over, guys. Look, it's over. Look at it this way: if you didn't choose Donald Trump to vote for, you got 4 years, and then the orange man goes away, and he's gone. Like he can't run again. It's over. And if he doesn't step down from office, like I like to say, the real motherfuckers will step up and throw him out of office. Like there's none of this. He's going to be, if you thought he was going to be Hitler, well, then you should actually be leaving the country right now in droves. And don't let as somebody once said, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, because you're stupid if you do. But let's all calm down with it. You know, I don't understand, and I never will, how hardcore people can get in tribalism. And it was something I told Sheree to remind me of when we were in stream last night. Um, I said, remind me to talk about the measure of a man. And then I remembered it today on my own, like a good little boy. And I actually wrote, well, didn't write, but put it in the title, just to make sure that I don't forget. And no, I don't have a great memory, Sheree. If I did, then I wouldn't have asked you to remind me. um, but yeah, reality is, even if you don't like Donald Trump, here's some food for thought for you. And I'm pretty sure most of the people here did like Donald Trump for, you know, whatever reason, better economy, or you like the way the cut of his jib, whatever the case is, you liked him. I'm guessing that's probably the bulk of the people that watch this show to begin with. But the measure of Donald Trump is this. We're talking about a billionaire guy that everybody on the left hand side of the aisle loved, to a point where Oprah Winfrey once interviewed Trump and said, "You should run for president." And then he said, "Only if you'll be my vice president," or something like this. You know, they all loved him. Then he came out as a Republican and went off. And all of a sudden it was, oh God, he's anti us. And then it became, he became a meme basically. Well, this clown can't win or whatever. There's 19 other Republicans in there, including a Bush, including Ted Cruz, and all this. He stomps them all in the wine, mainly by being funny and just legitimately pointing out their flaws, honestly. You know, like low energy Jeb, or little Marco Rubio, Lion Ted Cruz. One of my favorites was when Jeb Bush said to him, he said, "Well, my mother, blah 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 blah," and then Trump said, "Your mother should run for president." Then, shit like this, right? Like Trump was just funny, and then he became an fu to the establishment, and he becomes an fu to the establishment. He beats Hillary Clinton in the election. He doesn't win the popular vote, but he ekes out a small amount in the right states to give him the swing state vote, takes the electoral college. And right off the rip, it started with Russiagate. Russia, Russia, Russia. So now he's got a microscope up his ass. And mind you, this is a billionaire that was already beloved by everybody. So now, you look at it and you look at this man who was a billionaire. All of a sudden, he gets raped for his fame, his success, everything else. None of that means anything. All of a sudden, he's an asset of Russia. He's Putin's puppet, and they investigate the shit out of him. Then they hit him with anything he does a little. He hires the wrong people in there, in my opinion, like John Bolton and hell, even now, Mike Pompeo. I don't trust that son of a bitch as far as I can throw him either. He was the former head of the CIA. I don't trust that guy. But John Kelly, you can go on and on, these warmongers and everything else, because he's picking them up as recommendations from friends and other people. He's got thousands of appointments to make, but doesn't really know who to choose because he's never been in this situation before. He fires a lot of them when he realizes what they're about. They've immediately come out talking shit on him and cut his throat. So now you have these people that you've tried to elevate with you cut your throat on top of already being publicly denounced and losing that social status that you've enjoyed where you were, one of the bigger elites. You start getting the hell kicked out of you. People lying about you, talking about you, demonizing you, calling you names. Then they start, impeachment one, impeachment two, over stuff where you're like, honestly, anybody else, they would have just looked the other way. Obama can drone strike a poor, innocent American civilian overseas and doesn't get held for war crimes, but Trump can get impeached for calling up Vladimir Zelensky and saying, hey, man, what's the deal with Joe Biden supposedly taking this money from you guys? Is there anything to it? Not, hey, can you give me dirt on my political opponent so I can take him out of the race? No, 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 no. But they impeached him anyway. So now you go through two impeachments. Your family's dragged through the mud. You're called every last damn name in the book: racist, sexist, misogynistic. You go through them all. And now Trump says some crazy shit at times. I'm not going to lie. And his rhetoric and everything, I don't care about any of that. It's really his policies that are good. Like the stuff that he did actually benefit different Americans. Our economy was stable, all that. We get hit with COVID. Fights with Fauci over COVID. Like, apparently there's a screaming match because Trump wanted to open the United States back up. Fauci wanted to keep it closed, and Trump conceded because he thought he was doing the right thing for science. Well, the medical advisor is the medical advisor. He knows better than I do. And it turned out that actually kept our kids out of school. Turned out it was just like basically a bad cold. People with comorbidities were dying, but the COVID death rate was inflated, all this other stuff. We know this is fact now. And then he gets into the election. He loses the election. Some assholes went crazy and tried to fucking like overthrow the election. He refuses to concede the election because something looks funny with the damn numbers. I get it. They cover it, but now he's demonized. He's beaten. And I mean, he's beaten down to shit. Right? And now with the riots at the Capitals, I'm not going to call it an insurrection. If they all had guns and tried to actually overthrow our government, I would call it an insurrection. Instead, you got some assholes that kick in some windows and go take a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk. I don't really think they were there to. I don't know what the hell they thought they were going to do. The ones who actually did damage and were there to be violent, throw them in the fucking hole and let them rot. But the ones that weren't, let them go. Like, they're just angry. We did the same. We should look the same way on BLM as we did on that day. They let all the BLM guys go except for the ones that really did violent shit. So fair is fair. Call it a spade. What's up, Devin? But now you look at the measure of the man. Look at Donald Trump to this point. He went from a socialite, elitist billionaire that everybody wanted to be. People were singing rap songs about him, to a racist, misogynistic piece of shit that has done this, that, and the other thing, is a complete demon and all this kind of stuff because the news, because the Democrats want to win the next election, and because he's actually doing good. COVID hurts him. A whole bunch of voting laws change. Biden gets in there. Trump loses. I'm going to say Biden won. I think that the American people were sick of it. And what did Joe Biden run on? I'm going to be the normal one. You're not going to have all this crazy shit when I'm president, everything else. And people bought that hook, line, and sinker because even as bad as COVID was, everybody really just wanted a normal life. Everybody wanted to go back to normal. And instead, Joe Biden was just fucking awful. Wars start breaking out, all kinds of shit happens and all this. And Donald Trump is at this point a disgrace. There's no way he get elected dog catcher after this, right? Especially after January 6th. Fast forward to 2023 going into 2024, and Trump says, "Yes, I'm going to run again." The Republicans load the field against him. He doesn't even take the stage in debates because he doesn't need to. People like emerge, like Vivek Ramaswamy, and he's like, "I'm here because Donald Trump isn't, and I'm the failsafe. If Donald Trump doesn't get in there, I'm going to get in there." Mike Pence tries running against Trump, and nobody really even gave a shit about Mike Pence when he was the vice president. Like, he was an afterthought to begin with, and nobody really liked him. Like, even a fly landed on Mike Pence's head to show what kind of piece of shit he was when he was debating Kamala Harris, in my opinion. So, the measure of this man that's broken, beaten, and everything else. Calm, cool, and collected. Beaten into the earth politically. Destroyed, like, financially, because now, as it's starting to emerge that he's becoming the quick front runner for the Republicans, beats the tar out of all of them. All the ones that everybody says are going to be the next generation, the big names, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis being the two top runners. Oh, Ron DeSantis is Trump, but without the Trumpism. No, Ron DeSantis is an amazing governor that would be a boring fucking president. And I don't think any of us want boring at this point. We need change. We need different. We need back to what it was. He's Trump light. Why would you go to Trump light? Why would you drink, if there's no chance of you getting diabetes or anything, why would you drink Diet Coke when you can have regular ass Coke? Makes no sense. One tastes much shittier, in my opinion, So why would you do that? So Trump becomes the front runner. The moment he does, all of a sudden, lawsuits start emerging out of nowhere. They go after him. They try to break him financially. They try to break him down where he can't campaign. They beat him down on top of already having beat him down. The lawfare backfires in their face. They do a photo op for him, basically, with the whole mugshot. Like, every time they bring a new case, he surges in those polls because the American people can see through the bullshit now. They're not listening to, oh, well, he's a Putin puppet, and because they've been lied to. The American people are now realizing, hey, you're lying. This man doesn't just hang in there. He comes out and still is talking the same shit. It's the equivalent of a boxer getting in the ring with Mike Tyson and getting punched in the face 3 times, knocked flat on his ass, standing up and going, "Is that all you got, sweetheart? Or are you going to blow me another kiss?" They try to ruin him this way. So that doesn't work. It starts backfiring. So they start to back off of it a little bit. And like, they're all realizing, like, oh shit, he's getting stronger and stronger. So what do? They say, well, fuck it. If we throw him in a debate against Joe Biden early, then it can be a twofold thing. We can prove that Joe Biden, the right-wing media, is bullshitting about Joe Biden and his cognitive abilities. It'll also show that Trump is weak and, this, that, and the other thing. What happens? Trump comes out and fucking just mosh pit destroys Joe Biden on a debate stage. Embarrasses the shit out of him. And then, a week later, they try to kill him. They shoot him. He gets shot in the fucking ear. Does he lay there like, you would expect a billionaire to lay there and be like, oh my God, my ear? No. This son of a bitch gets up, fight, fight, fight. Now, I'm not going to lie. When I first saw the video, when that happened, I was playing pool with my son. And I said, holy shit, they just tried to kill Trump. He said, was it staged? I said, no, I don't think so. And then I said, look, you can see him mouthing something to the crowd. I think he just said, fuck, 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 while he's grabbing his ear, like, ow, it hurts, like, fuck, fuck, fuck. And no, fight, fight, fight. So now they've tried to kill him once. Then it comes out that there's a plan by Iran that they've already known about where Iran was going to try and kill him. No real information on this first guy who shot and actually killed, and God rest those people's souls, 3 innocent people. Like, well, 2 of them lived, but one, Corey Compatore, died. And like, God rest their souls. Like, and God bless them. If you believe in God, God bless them. God rest their souls, because they didn't deserve that shit for just going to a rally to support a political candidate that they wanted to see win, that they believed in. That's some bullshit. So what do? They switcheroo, and they say, "Hey, look, we we have the worst possible candidate, the candidate that polls worse than Biden, one of the main ones that polls shittier than Joe Biden, and we're going to put her into play and run her." And then all of a sudden, they get energized and they get recharged and all this. But the measure of the man of Trump, he's already been beaten down. He's already been sued into oblivion. He's already lost all that grandstanding elite status that he had, because he's a pariah among them now, because of the media, because of other billionaires and everything else. And so what does Trump do? Trump watches as they screw over RFK. He watches as they basically put Tulsi Gabbard on a no-fly list. He watches as they tell Elon Musk, "Hey, Elon, yeah, we don't like the fact that you're rich and trying to help the world. You need to be giving all that money to our cause." And so they start like canceling SpaceX and, oh, well, your Neuralink program, we're going to have to really do a serious investigation on that. And Starlink, same thing. We're going to need to do like all this stuff that Elon's doing to advance the world into what he sees as a better world. Nope, we're going to have to regulate that. We're going to have to choke it. So what does Elon do? Fuck you, baby. I got fuck you money. I don't even have fuck you money. Elon Musk has fuck your mama money, right? Elon Musk says, so Donald Trump sees all these people, and he's just like, "RFK, I knew you when I was a billionaire and I was a Democrat. We've always been cool." And RFK says, "Look, this is what I want to do. I want to make America healthy again." He goes, "You know what? Sounds like a fucking plan to me. Hop on." Elon, you weird son of a bitch. You're one of the most brilliant men in the world. What they're doing to you, they're trying to put it in your pooper. And Elon's just like, "I'm on board." Tulsi went from the Democrat to independent to fucking Republican. All based on the fact that they love America and want to see it better in one way or another. She wants the end to the wars. RFK wants better health for our kids. Elon wants a future where every American is prospered, can prosper and has free speech. These aren't out the realm ideas. This is the most American thing possible. And yet you're Hitler because you want that. That you want everything to be better for the average person. Because you don't want to see kids fucking with diabetes at 13 years old. Because you want a cleaner environment. Whatever. No, fuck you, you're wrong, because it all revolves around Donald Trump. The measure of the man. He looked at others that had been beat out and were thrown onto the outside. What I heard today is he's talking about bringing in Ron Paul to help Elon Musk clean up the government fucking fraud, waste, and abuse, and God bless him if he does. Then we get into, it goes from, we'll go back to the campaign of Kamala going for it's hope and joy and change to Donald Trump is Hitler and a Nazi. And everybody falling in lockstep with it. The only thing is the American people aren't buying that shit this time. American people open their fucking fridge up and go, "Hope and joy, I need to go buy groceries this week. Would you like my hope or would you like my joy to pay for that?" "Oh, no, 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 no. We only take hard cash." "Well, I don't have any of that. And there's no promise. There's no policy. There's no guarantee that I'm going to get this with what's coming up. But I do know what the other side's offering me. They're actually offering me shit that I can sink my teeth into. Full policy. Not a promise of what could be, but they're actually offering me a guarantee of what could be because I've already lived through 4 years of it and I remember what that was like. Trump, demonize, well, not broken financially, but beat up pretty bad financially. Ostracized from, we'll call it polite society, elitist society. Drugged through the mud for shit he never did. Called this, called that, called the other thing. Everything from the only place they could have gone with it next was he's the next Antichrist. That's all they had left. They made Hitler not mean as much when you call somebody Hitler. They go through all this, and what happens? Voting day happens. And I'm not going to lie at all. I didn't vote. I wasn't going to vote. And I told all you guys this, and some of you guys got all upset. Oh, you got to vote, right? Too big to rig, too big to rig. And what did I tell you at the time? I live in South Carolina. South Carolina, I think it was the second state declared after, I want to say, Tennessee or Kentucky. One of those two. And what was South Carolina? It was like 58.9% for Trump. I could have told you this. That's just how this state is. If I was in Pennsylvania, I would have gone out to the polls. If I was in Michigan, I'd go out to the polls. Wisconsin, hell, even if I was still in New Jersey, I would have gone out to the polls. But I'm in South Carolina. Shit doesn't matter. Even if I wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, doesn't matter. Whoever's red is going to win. It doesn't switch over like that. But what did the exit polls show us instead? So I thought that shit was going to take a week. I was dead nuts wrong because I was like, Pennsylvania's going to take at least a fucking week to count their shit. No, they had their stuff in that night. And why? Because the ass kicking was so big. That was the only way. Now, if Kamala was up like that, it would have been the same thing. If it was a blowout one way or the other, it was going to be up like that. And it would be over like that. And the ass kicking was Trump's got this in the bag. And sure enough, Trump kicked the ever-loving shit out of her. Now, the big thing is this. Misogynistic, racist, Hitler, and, this, that, and the other thing. Yeah. Historic on the black vote, historic on the Hispanic vote, historic on the Asian vote, historic on the white vote, and even got more women to vote for him than he did before. What does that fucking tell you? That tells you that America, as one voice, has spoken up and said, we're tired of your shit. We are not taking your shit anymore. You are not going to feed us your bullshit in the news. You're not going to sit there and tell us that this one's that and that. Fuck yourself. We've had enough. We can't eat. We're struggling. Our children are struggling. They can't buy homes. They can't buy a car. Our insurance has gone up. You can go fuck yourself. We want somebody in there who's going to set this shit right. And I think we got the person who did. And you know what? It wasn't just like, well, one block of people. No, 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 no. It was a coalition of every working man and woman that was of voting age coming together and saying, enough. We need somebody who's actually going to help us. We don't need somebody who's going to feed us ideology. And by the measure of the man, that man who's been demonized, beaten, broken, bankrupted, treated like total shit, and thrown to the fucking wolves, picked himself up and said, doesn't fucking matter. Hit me with your best shot, sweetheart, or you're going to blow me another kiss. And he fucking won because of it. The greatest political comeback in American history is what they call it. Where it goes from here, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, I couldn't write that story. I couldn't make that shit up if you wanted me to. It's fucking insane. Let's just hope that from all this, that unity sticks together. Let's hope that, like, people screaming about racial divisions and all this shit becomes a thing of the past and we all prosper together as one people, as Americans. Let's hope that, you can look to the other side and say, look, I know you voted for Harris. I know you may be upset about how this shit played out or whatever. But let's find the shit we can agree on. Let's be friends. Let's figure this out. You know, let's get to the truth. Let's figure this out together. You don't have to like Donald Trump, but by the measure of that man, you have to fucking respect him because that's what a man is. That's actually what a man is. Being able to take a fucking ass beating, get off the deck, even though your arm's broken, your leg's broken, whatever, and get back to your feet and say, "Come on, hit me again, bitch." That's all you got. Like, I don't know. I was impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think it was gonna be a blowout, but he blew it out, and now let's see what happens. Let's see if they actually fix our fucking government. Let's see if they fire 2/3 of it and cut down all this wasteful spending. Let's see if he does away with the income tax. Let's see if the wars end. Let's see if he does, if he puts up, or, if he doesn't. Let's see what happens then. Let's see what happens in 2 years. Because if he doesn't start righting the ship the moment his hand comes off that fucking Bible, hell, even before his hand goes onto that Bible, if he doesn't start putting stuff into play in the background right now, so that when his hand comes off that Bible, he's got shit rolling, I'm going to tell you what, there's a lot of people that voted that are going to feel some kind of way, and you guys are going to see a flip in 2 years, and then in 4 years, you can kiss the election goodbye. I did not. I didn't vote in 2020. I have not voted the entire time I've been in the state of South Carolina, which goes back to 2012. It's unnecessary. My state always goes red. Like, and I'm not going to lie. If you go back and look, you can flip back right now. You can fact check me or whatever. It's not even that it goes red at like, oh, by 1 point or whatever. I'm talking like 8 to 10 points. It's always red. Always red, and where I live is always red. So I don't even worry about it. Yeah, beans. But the whole thing is, some of the shit he got done ASAP last time wasn't exactly good, but I also know it was the people he was surrounded with. Yes, apparently, and Paul, you are correct. Hamas, after Trump won the election, the next day said, "We want to talk about a ceasefire immediately. We want a ceasefire." Zelensky put out a tweet saying something about when he met with, if you remember, Zelensky came over, talked to Congress, got like 10 more or 20 more $billion for his little war over there. And he met with Trump in Mar-a-Lago when he had come over. And he said, "Congratulations on your win, Mr. President. And we look forward to the victory plan that you put in place in September for us." So I'm not going to lie at all. I think that this is pretty much the end of those wars. China is kind of saber rattling a little bit right now, but I guarantee you that China doesn't even want to fuck around with Trump a little bit. Like they're going to saber rattle, but if they think they're fucking with Joe Biden, where Joe Biden's like, hey, man, come on, the thing with corn pop, well, anyway, right? No, Trump's just going to be like, Xi Jinping, you Winnie the Pooh looking motherfucker. I'll tell you now that I will just lay you the fuck out. I will tariff you so hard that tariffs won't even know what tariffs are anymore. Oh, no, no, no. I wasn't one of them. No, no, Devin. No, I didn't by proxy vote for Biden because I didn't vote and they just added me to some voter registration bullshit, right? Um, Also, guys, I'm going to throw this in there because I just saw him jump his ass into the chat. But tonight, after I'm done, so if you guys are up on the late night tip, and he covers a whole variety of shit, aliens, court cases, what have you, but alien spaceship, sound effects, and vlog. He'll be doing his show tonight. Shout out to him. He's the one who got me set up on my streaming and got me started. So I appreciate him and I'll always shout him out. But just to give you guys, something to do after you're done here, if you're still bored and awake or you just want to listen to a different perspective, you can always tune in to him too tonight. Shout out to him. Where the extra 10 million voters went is very simple. Like people are talking about that now, but I want you to remember what the voter rules were. I also want you to remember who the candidate was, right? No, the whole problem is people are taking themselves out of 2020 and applying it to 2024 or 2016. You can't. Everybody was locked in their fucking house with a voter ballot next to them, and they were pissed off. You want to know where 10 million voters went? They went back to work. That's where they went. Then they looked at their paycheck and went, yeah, I'm never fucking voting this way again. Fuck this shit. I got rooked. And that's the other thing. Anytime they try, apparently, and shout out to him, Scott Pressler changed everything for the Republicans from the door knocking to they listened to him. They embraced Scott Pressler, a gay Republican dude. They fucking embraced him and like, goddamn if he didn't have a ground game put in place. But then we got to throw it over to Trump being smart and having a legal team this time, and Laura Trump being in charge of the RNC. She had lawyers that were set up at like if you saw something and something was fucked up, you had to call. You could call a hotline or go to Trump's website and say something about it. And they sent a lawyer there immediately. Whoever was on standby in that state, bam, that lawyer showed up. And it was just like the long lines in Pennsylvania. Somebody took a video of it and they're like, oh, we cut off at 1:30 in the afternoon. We're not taking votes after 1:30. The line was too long. Yeah, that lawyer set up and said, yeah, that's unconstitutional. Do you want a lawsuit? We'll send it to the Supreme Court, what have you, blah, 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 immediately. No, nope, they didn't want that smoke. So, yeah, all of a sudden that shit got cleared up right quick. But that's because they were prepared for the other side to screw them over any way they could. Well, they were warrior lawyers. There you go. That's the best way of putting it. There were warrior lawyers, Dark. But yeah, those 10 million people didn't vote all year. Of course not, because they wouldn't have voted normally. Most times they would have been at work and not given a shit and not been watching politics. But the fact is, they were locked in their house, their kids were stuck to them, and they were pissed off. Of course they're going to vote. And they're not going to vote for Trump because, especially with all the media coverage and everything else, you're looking at it and going, yeah, this guy fucked us up. You know, so this is what this is disgusting to me. Let's say it wasn't a blowout and it was close, right? We'd still be waiting on Arizona and Nevada. We'd still be waiting on them. Like, what the fuck, people? You're telling me Florida, with like, I don't know what it is, like probably about 10 times the amount of residents there, was able to have their fucking election ballots counted, cured, and rocking and rolling? Like, I think they were like the fourth state to have their shit in. And you motherfuckers, it's been 2 days, 3 days, and you guys can't even fucking give us a total or a roundabout, or the races are too close to. Come on, motherfuckers, step it up. What the hell are they doing? Thank you, Smurf. Enjoy, your night at work. You and I are going to have to catch up soon. We're at that time of year again where we got to exchange Christmas presents too, brother. Dude, well, that's just it. You know what? Everybody that I was watching, Like everybody kept saying the same thing. I think Candace Owens said it best. She was just like, I'm not going to sleep. I refuse to go to sleep until Kamala concedes. Or, like, because we went to sleep last time, Trump was winning. We woke up and everybody's like, what the fuck? How's he losing? She's like, there's going to be no fuckery and no sneaky shit this time. We are all paying attention. And that's just it. I think everybody was so pissed off at what happened in 2020 that they just kept their eyes on him. And I do think there was fuckery in it. I don't think it was enough fuckery to cost Trump an election. I just think people were angry and voting against Trump. I don't think they necessarily wanted Joe Biden to win. I just don't think they wanted Trump back in there because everybody was so pissed off over COVID. I legit think that was the that was the big thing. And to be honest with you, with the turnout here, and the way the vote went and everything else, it kind of proves true. Especially when you see like the movement on the map that went red and what went blue. It's like two specks of blue and everything else was red. Like, I mean, they could be rigging the House races because right now Republicans have the Senate and the but I don't think so. I think what you're going to get is you're going to get them with a Congress, a very slim margin where Republicans win Congress. Um, they've already got the Senate. It's just a matter of to what extent. I'm actually surprised Kerry Lake lost. I'll be honest with you. That was a shocker. But then we have, and of course, the Republicans have the White House. So if they get the House in there, the reforms that are going to go through are going to go through as law. Now, I will tell you one thing, and I will flat out, throw this out there that if they even mention abortion anywhere in this session, say they have Congress, Senate, and they have the presidency, and they mention, bring up, oh, well, we're going to do something federally with abortion, then they will not win in 2026. They will not retain the Senate. They will not retain the House. They will lose both of those immediately. The moment that any one of those guys says we need to do this and ban abortion at this at X, they need to leave that shit alone, leave it in the states, and stay the fuck away from it. That is the third rail, as I like to say, where if you touch it, you electrocute yourself and kill yourself off. That's it, right there. Young fighter screaming through the pain and doubt. Wait, how's it go? Young fighter screaming through the pain and doubt. Oh, God. Can't see a way out. I'm trying to remember how the lyrics go. It's driving me nuts. Damn it, Devin. Why you got to do that? There is something else I want to address too, guys. And I feel I need to address this because I kind of addressed it on the show and didn't have all the facts and didn't know everything about it. And watching ABL last night, he was droning on about it, and I was just shaking my fucking head through the whole thing and kind of letting people know. And that's the story of Peanut the squirrel. She lost. She's going to end up losing it. Unfortunately, Beans. Sorry. I've been watching the statistician. It's pretty much it would be very if she may win, but it would be damn near impossible. I'll be honest with you. It'll be a miracle if she wins. So tell me something, everybody. Peanut the squirrel. The story everybody knows is that the government showed up, went in this dude's house, they took the squirrel, they euthanized it. Right? Why did they show up at the guy's house to begin with? Can anybody tell me what made them come check to see what the deal was with Peanut? Well, that's awesome if the house is ours or yours. I'm not going to call it mine because I don't trust anybody when it comes to politics. That's just me, though. That's correct. So, the narrative we've been given is the government just showed up and all that stuff. What it was OnlyFans content. Do you have a right to make OnlyFans content? Yes. If you're doing home amateur, adult films, what are the two things you're not allowed to have in those adult situations? What are the two things that are the no that you better never show in a adult film? Kids is one. That's correct, Sheree. The other is animals. So this is where this shit is legitimately the scumbag here. Yes, I think it was terrible. The government came, euthanized the squirrel, all that other stuff. But legitimately, the scumbag here is actually the guy that had the squirrel to begin with. So what legitimately happened was this: he he was showing the squirrel, not just his OnlyFans, but he had a whole nother thing set up for children. And the children would follow the squirrel's adventures, the adventures of Peanut. And I think we've all seen this because that's what everybody's been propagating this as, right? Kids, squirrel or what have you. The thing is, in some of his OnlyFans content, he was showing the same squirrel climbing on, we'll just say something that was erect in some of his OnlyFans content. So children that were following the adventures of the squirrel would search up the squirrel and come to his OnlyFans, and some were tuning in. And the reason this came to light was because a mother in California was like, "What the hell are you watching?" to one of her children. That's what kicked off the investigation. Then they came to his house, and I guess they searched the house for not just the animals and all that kind of stuff, but also for kitty stuff. And that's why he was kept outside. But then when they came across the squirrel, they caught the squirrel because in New York, even down here in South Carolina, we have constitutional carry, everything else, and it's a pretty free state. But you have something like a squirrel or what have you, they can carry a variety of diseases, so you have to register it with the state. The reason why they grabbed the raccoon and the squirrel was because neither of them were registered with the state. They weren't tested for rabies, they didn't have all their shots, all that kind of stuff. You can say he was kind-hearted, found a squirrel without its mother and all this and took it in and all that. That's well and good. But if he had done the right fucking thing as a responsible pet owner and taken it down and registered it, they would have made sure it didn't have they would have given its rabies shots. They would have given it the whole series of shots that you have to have for your fucking animal. And they wouldn't have had to euthanize it because what got the squirrel euthanized was it bit one of the workers when they caught it. I don't know if they were rough with it, whatever, but it bit one of the workers. Well, at that point, it doesn't matter if it's a cat, it's a dog, whatever. If it doesn't have its shots and you have no record of said shots and you didn't do the right thing as a responsible goddamn pet owner, then they have to euthanize the animal because the only way to check for rabies in an animal is by dissecting a part of the brain and looking for necropsy. It's terrible, it's awful, and everything else. But legitimately, the person who's the asshole in this situation is actually the guy who owned the squirrel for not doing the right fucking thing to begin with. So, yeah, it's tragic, and I don't want to see the loss of any animal's life. There's a reason why my stray cats, like if the I hate to say it this way, there because there's a colony of them out there, and a lot of them have sickness in them, right? There's a reason why I don't, besides the egregious amount of money that I'd have to spend to have them all fixed and their shots and all that. I'd say 90% of that colony probably has leukemia or some other kind of disease. I'd watch all those cats get put down. Like, I'd literally be sentencing them to death. I would rather watch them just live and be wild creatures, throw them some food and some itches here and there, like some lovin's, and let them live their life till they die and then bury them and give them their life out there. But if the county ever showed up and grabbed those cats, I'd have to let them take them. I couldn't go on the internet and cry about, oh, they took all my cats and everything because I didn't do the right thing. Granted, they're not my pets. I'm not keeping them indoors. Now, that was one of the dumbest things I think I've ever heard, Beans. You're saying they don't kill dogs if they bite someone. You're joking, correct? Because obviously you have not read or seen any law. Even Tyrus on Gutfeld was talking about he had a king, I can't remember what it is. But his dogs basically, he had a big one and a little one. Somebody broke into his house. The dog bit the guy in the ass and was hanging from his ass. They took his dogs and put them in a kennel. And he said, look, just please keep my dogs together. They're not used to being separated, everything. Went to court for it, all that. They found that, okay, that's fine. And they were going to release it to Tyrus. Well, one of them separated the big dog from the little dog. The dog got aggressive and they put his dog down. Yeah, that happens all the time. Don't tell me that. You have a pit bull that's out and it bites somebody. I'm going to tell you now, they put the dog down. You have a cat that, maybe just a stray and somebody picks it up and handles it wrong and it scratches the shit out of them. I had it with one of my strays. I got cat scratch fever. The only thing that saved that cat's life was that I had it as an indoor cat from the time it was a kitten and put it back out into the wild. But I had to go get shots and then I had to prove it was an indoor cat. Otherwise, they were going to trap it and kill it. And yes, it was a King Corso. That's exactly what it was. Well, no, Beans, you're not dumb. It's just you think what if a dog bites somebody, they're not going to put it down. No, they put them down on the regular. Same thing for a cat. Same thing for anything. Like if you have a stray cat scratch you, bite you or whatever, they want you to bring the cat in because they're going to put the cat down to make sure it doesn't have rabies if it didn't have some kind of like literature on its shots. Yeah, and that's just it. Like Dark is saying, if you have stray dogs in a pack, a lot of times people kill them immediately. Like that's not even a argument. That's not a fight. That's not there's no hesitation to it. They'll put them down because what happens is they go back into a pack canine mentality, and then some kids out playing with a ball. They see that kid, and four or five of them will jump on him and tear him to shreds. And it just is. It's nature. That's how animals go. Like it's a shame, but that's how animals are. Like, and that's how we handle animals. I've said this before. My dog is part Labrador, part pit bull. Right? We found out. He's never exhibited any signs of violence or any kind of anger or any kind of aggression. If anything, he is the sweetest dog, one of the sweetest dogs I've ever owned. And I've owned quite a few dogs over my life. Well, my mom did. He's the second one that's actually mine. But I'll tell you now, I treat him like he's a loaded gun because if for whatever reason that dog goes off, I don't want to put my best friend down. I don't want to have to go and have, this, that, or the other thing happen. Any dog, a friend of mine who actually breeds and raises huskies, explained this to me. Any dog, doesn't matter what their breed, what their disposition is, can actually turn vicious depending on the owner and how they treat it and what they do to it or what people have done to it. How is that possible, Beans, in Missouri? Is that the legit law for that? If so, then you're not your comment wasn't stupid. Then I'm stupid. I mean, I don't know how that would be possible. So you're telling me if like your neighbor has like four pit bulls and just opens the door every morning, lets them go running through the neighborhood, and they bite like four or five people, that they just sue the owner and the dog doesn't get harmed. Is that legit how that works in Missouri? South Kakalaki? The owner's getting sued and that dog's getting put down. Like, I mean, put down fast. And like, I'm not an advocate for putting down animals, but it just is what it is. I also understand that if you own a pet, you need to be a responsible pet owner. You're walking your dog. I don't care if that's the nicest dog in the world. You know that. It may be the nicest dog in the world to you, but maybe somebody that has their baby in a stroller, that dog hears it coo or whine or cry or whatever and thinks it's a squeaky toy and goes over and walks off with that fucking kid. Man, just think of that. And all you had to do is be responsible for a minute. I mean, I'll look into. I'll definitely like. I apologize to you and beans if that's the case, because then you, like I said, your comment's not stupid. But I will check out the laws in Missouri to see exactly what the case scenario is for Missouri. Okay, so there you go, Sheree. For the first offense, so full disclosure, the dog I had before this dog, he was a mix, and he got out of the house. The kids were playing out front. A lady was too close to my kids. Dog ran right up and bit her because he thought it was going to hurt the kids. They didn't put my dog down, paid a fine and all that. But if he had bit again, he would have been put down. That was a whole different matter. But it had to go to court, whole 9 yards. But if I didn't have a rabies shot on him, if I didn't have all his vaccinations done, all that stuff on that dog, and all the trailer paperwork, then they would have put him down immediately. I still think one of the dumbest things anybody can do, though, is if you own any kind of dog, really, but a bigger type of dog, like a pit bull or a Rottweiler or a Doberman or a German Shepherd, one of these types that can get aggressive, never let them around a baby. Keep them the hell away from the baby. I don't care how well trained they are. It takes 1 second. That's all it takes. It I don't want to see any little baby lose its life over especially to an animal attack, because not only do you lose your child, then you lose your pet, your best friend on top of it. But yeah, so if you're not going to hear me cry tears or justice for Peanut or anything like this from me, reality is back to the original point. It's the owner's fault for fucking up with that squirrel and not getting its shots and doing OnlyFans, doing adult films with the squirrel in it after showing it to children and telling them to follow the squirrel. Like, reality is be a responsible pet owner. Be a better human being. Like I'm sure I think he saved horses and all this other stuff. Okay, that's well and good. Um, you can help out a ton of dogs, what have you, but don't have them licking your butt while you're doing an OnlyFans video. You know what I mean? Like, come on now, what are we talking about, people? But yeah, I was after we discussed Peanut. on the one show. I was like, I really need to look into this. And before I could, my wife came in and said, "Oh, that? You know what happened with it?" And she started to tell me, and then I looked into it on top of it, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, she's spot on. This is what happened. You have to be responsible with your pets." Lots of different places. So there's actually news articles, multiple news articles that you can go into. You can go into the left wing news articles, you can go into the right wing, and you can piece together the story through everything. Like it's all there. And that's just it. Like the whole OnlyFans thing, nobody had even told me about until I looked into it a little bit. But I must have gone through shit 40 different fucking little articles on the whole thing, and like getting different tidbits from different articles, because some were just like the government showed up at this dude's house, kicked in his door, threw him outside in his yard, and then killed the squirrel and killed the raccoon. Film at 11. They wanted that clickbait. And then there was some that were like, because of his OnlyFans and shown on OnlyFans. Then there was another article that was like the original call in was from a mother whose child had viewed was following the adventures of Peanut the squirrel. I'd have to look and go through my history and pull it all up. But yeah, and that's just it, Dark. Like the whole thing is, like this is something that I want to say it's more of a left thing that they do, where they just show like it, like the Liz Cheney thing, where they're like, yeah, Trump called for execution nine. He said this, and then they show the part where he's like, she had nine rifles pointed in her face and everything else. And then when you watch the full context of the clip, and they're just like he's like, yeah, she's a warmonger, and it's real easy to send 10,000 troops into the belly of the beast, but if she was over there fighting that war and she had nine guns pointed in her face, all of a sudden, it's, oh, so he's saying she's a warmonger and she doesn't mind about sending your children out to die as long as it's her, not her fighting the war. Got it. But I look into whenever there's a narrative that seems too good to be true on left or right, always look at what's at the root of it, because both sides want to win, and sometimes they're going to omit some facts. They're not going to lie to you. Like there's no lie to it. The government did come in. They did take the squirrel. They did euthanize it. They did take the raccoon. I don't know if they euthanized the. I couldn't find if they euthanized the raccoon or not. Just the squirrel was the big thing. But when you look deeper, like you got to look at, because that was the first question that came to my head was, well, wait a minute. So you're telling me the government just watched this shit on the internet and then just showed up for no reason and did this? We don't live in like Britain, where you say something hateful about Muslims in Britain and they'll come knocking at your door if you're saying it online in Britain, right? We don't do that here. So it just didn't make sense how this squirrel's been on the internet for however long he was on the internet for, years. What, 5 years, I think it was? And nobody ever came a knocking, but all of a sudden, out of the blue, they're going to show up and do this thing that's going to paint their side in a very bad light for no reason. There's got to be a reason to it. And that's what made me start really digging. And yes, lie by omission. To be honest with you, the best ones to do that are lawyers. The lawyers, they lie like that in court. That's why, if you're ever arrested, even if you're innocent, shut up and just say you want your lawyer. Don't ever tell the cops anything or your side of it. What's your side of the story? I ain't fucking telling you my side of the story. I'll tell my lawyer my side of the story, and he can tell you my side of the story, because you can twist my shit into whatever you want. I told my husband that they probably platformed Trump. No, no. Unfortunately, if that were the narrative, if that were the truth, like that was the only thing that they did, then fine. You know, I'd be like, yo, total scumbags, blah, 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 and go off about it. But that wasn't the case. It was this dude using this little squirrel in kids' videos and then using it in his OnlyFans. Somebody getting upset about it and saying, look, my kid tuned into his OnlyFans to see the squirrel. It flips the script. It's the same way, uh, people have short ass memories because you go back to the Hulk Hogan thing, it being at the RNC and shit. That's pretty cool that you got Hulk Hogan to come out for you, but it's not really cool when you look back at what Hulk Hogan's done in his personal life. And we're not talking about like 30 years ago, back in the 80s when he was the heavyweight champion of WWF. We're talking about a few years ago when he's sleeping with his buddy's wife, calls a dude the N word like 3 or 4 times, not realizing he's being recorded, and he just does that shit on the casual. And then you're having him out there saying, the American way, this, that, and the other thing. Like, you might want to vet people a little bit deeper than you do before you give them a platform, if that's the case. It doesn't. And that's the point. Devin, that's the point. Yeah, it would be pretty nuts. But no, they didn't have sex with a squirrel. Like, they didn't. They just had it in the video after showing it to children and having it follow his adventures. So if all of a sudden it was the next video was entitled OnlyFans, what you call it? Peanut the Squirrel and Sexy Time Adventures. Yeah, you know what? And that maybe that's the case too, Dark. She got caught on OnlyFans by her kids and then flipped the story around. But any which way you look at it, it still brought that attention. It still brought down the government to go see what the hell was going on. And when they showed up and you don't have that paperwork, you've already fucked up. You gotta always have your paperwork. Always keep the receipts. You don't keep your receipts, that's game over for you. You're screwed. You're host. Even if you did nothing wrong. I've done a lot of fucked up things in my life. The only time that I ever went to jail was for something I didn't do. And I was only in jail for a couple hours. The case ended up getting dismissed in court, and I have no record, but that shit happened, and I didn't do it. And that's the only reason why I was cleared is because I kept the fucking receipts. Yeah, see, like, Mister, there you go. I mean, like I said, kids and animals do not belong anywhere near adult content or even suggestive content for adults. I mean, like I said, when Tyrus told his story on Gutfeld, that shit's a lot more heartbreaking to me because the dog didn't deserve it, like at all. If anything, he was a good dog. He did the right fucking thing. Oh, and Mister, you know who that is. The old buddy Christ. So I got a question for everybody. How come the cities aren't burning and people aren't being taken off to the gulag? I thought that was supposed to happen if the election turned out one way. What happened? How come we still everybody's still free and quiet and chilling? The reason why you can't understand that, Devin, is because if you got kids, you're probably a responsible parent and know what the hell is going on in your kid's life and in their phone. Other people, not so much. I got a couple. I didn't even see them in there. I've got a couple supports in this model that needed to be broken free. Yeah, paid protesters are not getting paid. I don't know, but here's the other thing. I want you to think about this one. How do you get $1 billion in fund to campaign and lose? Like, that money right there could have taken care of so many damn people, and yet it was pissed away in this election. How do you blow through $1 billion just willy nilly to fucking lose in a landslide? Like, get the shit beat out of you. I think Trump had 400 million was the final tally, and she had 1 billion. And she got that billion within 107 days or something. Now, granted, she also had the Biden war chest, but at the same point in time, how do you go through $1 billion that quick? So, no, Devin, that's the big thing. Up until about a day or two ago is when I started hearing about the OnlyFans. But nobody's really talking about that end of it because the big part was that the government came to a guy's house and euthanized his pet. That was the big talking point out of it. Nobody goes into the OnlyFans and what was on the OnlyFans and what was going on with the squirrel and the kids show. Everybody omits that detail. But unfortunately, devils are in the details. And I'm not saying it was right. I mean, it was obvious to me that the squirrel didn't have rabies and all that stuff. Maybe they did it to be dicks. And maybe that did have something to do with him, like being a Trump supporter or, shit like this. Right? Could have been. But why did you give him the excuse? If if you're gonna if you're gonna go out there, I think it's funny because I've been listening to him a lot. But Art Bell has a saying: extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. And if you're going to go out and accuse somebody of this, that, and the other thing, you better be willing to admit what you have done wrong. Like, you guys have never heard me say, I've lived a perfect life. I never fuck up and all this. All you hear is, yeah, I fuck up. I'm the dumbest one in my house. Like, shit like this. You never hear me say, yes, I'm the most brilliant person and I'm flawless and all this, and you're scum. You'll never hear me say that. And the reason why is because I fuck up all the time. Because I'm flawed. Because I'm human. And it's all right. You can fuck up. It's just atone for it and move forward. Recognize your mistake. Be honest about what you've done. Be honest about who you are. Own it. And then, let me ask you guys this. Even though I know most of you guys are anti Kamala, when asked the question, just one simple question, what would you have done different than Biden? If Kamala had said, I don't think we did a good job on immigration. I don't think we did a good job with the Afghanistan withdrawal. I was for it. I thought it would work out this way, and it didn't. It went completely sideways, and I was wrong, but I learned from those mistakes, and I'm moving forward. Do you think she would have gotten more votes? Do you think she would have done better than saying, "Nope, nothing. There was no mistakes. We were flawless. We didn't fuck anything up, but Donald Trump fucked everything up when he was president." Do you think it would have gone better for her or worse? Do you think that would have changed the outcome if she just really came out and instead of hiding and being afraid to admit that this is where mistakes were made, we own them, but we're going to fix them this go around? Do you think it would have helped her or do you think it would have hurt her? I think it would have helped her. I think it would have made her look like she had some humility and she was willing to change. She was willing to say, hey, this isn't working. Let's reverse course. I think Bill Clinton did it with the whole sister soldier moment. Yes. And there you go, mister. That's a perfect example. She could have said, yes, I think it was a mistake that we mandated the vaccines. We kind of overstepped our bounds there. It would have it would have brought like I still think she would have gotten her ass whomped, but I also think it would have made her more human instead of just a plugged in puppet. Because it would have been like, oh, well, she fucked up. I fucked up too at times. I can relate. At least she's willing to admit it. At least she's willing to be honest. It's one of the things I don't like about Donald Trump is that, I actually tell you the truth, it was one of the things for me that Donald Trump corrected when he was on Joe Rogan. When Joe Rogan said, well, the people you had in your administration in the beginning, John Bolton, this, that, and the other thing, he goes, yeah, that was a mistake. So he actually admitted that, yeah, I kind of fucked up on that one, but I didn't know who to trust. He had at least a viable excuse for it of, I got thrown in the deep end, didn't know who to trust, and went with him. How you being censored by YouTube? Yes, I agree, Sheree, but I also think, like I was saying, that's the measure of the man too. Is because he fought through it. Like he did, there was never a point in time where he's like, "Oh shit, they're costing me, hundreds of thousands of dollars, demonizing me and everything else. I'm just going to surrender now." I think if he had done anything or even thought like that, like I'm going to give this up, he wouldn't have gotten reelected. Let me check something, Devin. I can see all your chats, but let me fuck with something here. Relaunch the chat real quick. I think that might clear it up for you, Devin. Yeah, because I've got it set. That's what I just went in and did. I made sure that shit was set to live chat instead of top chat messages. So, because you said something about Trump being impeached or what have you, and it didn't show up. So now we know where YouTube censorship is because they don't consider that a top chat. Well, that should be a top chat. That should be an important chat right there. You can't say retard or motherfucker? I can say retard or motherfucker. It goes right through the microphone. You guys can't type that stuff in there. Just leave out the second R if you're trying to type in retard. It might fix itself. I mean, look, that's one of those things I think they need to get rid of. Calling somebody that's fully cognitive retarded is one thing. If somebody's, got a legit medical issue and you're calling them retarded, people are going to shun you anyway. But if you're just talking about somebody that's fully cognitive and calling them a retard, that's a different story. It's unless you're using medical terminology for the other, you're kind of an asshole for saying that to somebody. Midget is banned too? Why is midget banned? I blame that shit on Peter Dinklage. He did that shit. He made midget a dirty word. That's fucked up. I think I think I'm gonna side with Dylan, and I can't remember what his last name is, but it's the guy who is Hornswoggle on WWE. He's like, yeah, call me a fucking midget. It doesn't really matter, I am. Like, he doesn't take offense to it, and so I don't know about that one. And then you said dummies, and they didn't like that either. So you can't. So what you have to go around calling people like that? I guess people of low intelligence. Is that the way you would phrase it? With small IQs? Is that how that's going to work out? Bridget the midget. Why the hell? You know what? That's funny you say that like that, mister, because I like I've heard that before, but I don't know who the hell Bridget the midget is. Was she like an adult film star or something? Like, just sounds like it should be for some reason. I don't know why. I just get a kick out of watching different people and hearing them censor themselves when they're talking. I'm just like, what the fuck? Is Sheree still in the chat? Sheree, you still out there? Oh God, so she was. Okay, Sheree, I have a question for you because you were in the chat last night or whatever. Did you see what I said when ABL was talking about his street cred? And I said ABL's street or ABL's black, but he's not ghetto. And then the one girl, and I say girl, the one woman, I guess, Denisha, whatever, got all like upset with me. And I was like, look, white, black, Asian, or Puerto Rican, like there's a difference between that and being it and using ghetto on top of it. And she's like, well, I raised my kids in the hood. And I was like, yeah. And I was in Camden, New Jersey for quite a while and acted ghetto at one point. I get it. I'm not trying to like say that every person is ghetto or whatever. And she was like, yeah, but your comment went too far. I was just curious. Do you think that comment goes too far, Sheree? Or do you understand what I mean about somebody acting ghetto? Like, does that offend you? Like, do you think I was out of line with it? Because if I was, I know you'll tell me you've taken my motto to heart of don't take shit from anyone. So, oh, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that like, because I started to question. I'm like, wait, did I say something like out of hand? And I was like, no, I fucking didn't. No, I'm pretty straight up because I've seen plenty of people that act ghetto, and ABL does not act ghetto. Like I'm like, where was I lying, or did I overstep some kind of line here? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. You know what? And I love that Chris Rock bit when he's talking about the media. And he's like, he goes, people are like, the media, the media. He goes, when I go to the ATM tonight, I'm not looking over my shoulder for media. I'm looking over my shoulder for the other. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. He did do a bit about that. I always think of the Dave Chappelle skit when keeping it real goes wrong. Like, skit cracks me up. Right, exactly. So, true story, one of the people that I honestly formed a very good relationship with at the time she was probably about my age, black woman that lived in Camden, New Jersey, in like the heart of it. And she was raising three boys, and they would come into my GameStop, and they ranged in age from, well, at first it was 14 on down to, I want to say, 6 or 7. And then as time went on, I think by the time I had left that store, the oldest was like 17. But she worked two jobs, everything else. And those children were the most well mannered children I have ever seen because that woman broke her ass to make sure that they didn't act like they were ghetto, even though they were in the worst parts of one of the most depressed places in the US at the time. Yeah, I agree. Sound change. Did the sound change? Did all of a sudden my voice go to shit or yeah, I think that stuff's crazy. It's the same way I told my wife. I know this is going to sound fucked up when I say it, but it's the God honest truth. Because we were fighting to make it by at one point. Like, I mean, there was a point in time where really, really struggled with money and everything was very hard, and we are raising two kids and the whole 9 yards, and everything had gotten tough, and we were looking at houses, and my wife's like, well, at worst case, we could always go buy like a double wide. And I looked at her and I said, I will never live in a trailer. And she goes, yeah, but they look like houses. And I'm like, you don't understand. I'll live in a tent on the side of the road. I will never be trailer park trash. And like, it's fucked up to say because, I see like my neighbor lives in a trailer that like a double wide trailer next to me, and their home is actually beautiful. But at the same point in time, I guess where I grew up, white people, black people, whatever, that lived in trailer parks, that's what they were known as. And it was like, I guess I always got it in my head that like living in a trailer was some kind of fuck up. Right. There you go. That's a good way of putting it, Sheree. Like, you can't judge somebody by their zip code or what have you. It's really down to the individual and the person, like what their what not just their upbringing, but how they present themselves, everything else. You don't have to be an elitist or, well, I drink my tea with my pinky finger out kind of shit, but you know what I mean? There is definitely a difference between hood and not hood, or ghetto and not ghetto, and acting ghetto and embracing certain ideals from the ghetto, even if that is your upbringing. Like you do what you do to fit into an environment and survive, that's fine. But then also know that that shouldn't be a goal. That should be what you're leaving behind you, too. Yeah, I could understand that too because, like, and I feel that. Like, I can definitely feel that. If you're mixed race, maybe you are trying to overcompensate because you've been treated some way by both sets of people, you know? Um, right. See, there you go, alien. But I didn't think like that either at the time. Like I thought about it like people that aspired to just that's what I want for the rest of my life is to live in, a camping trailer or what have you. And I mean, I guess nowadays it's cool, but it also goes back to that old bit from Saturday Night Live about living in a van down by the river. So it's like I don't look down on people for it. And I realize, as I got older and especially moving further south, that viability is living in a trailer. Like you can viably just buy a plot of land, drop a trailer on it, and live good for the rest of your life. Up north, that's not how that shit works. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm saying, mister. There's nothing wrong with it. But at the time, I did look at it some kind of way because where I grew up, the people that lived in the trailer were the meth heads, like it was legit the people that had given up on life. Like the drug dealers, they lived out in the trailer park. Like definitely it was different. But then having moved to a different part of the country, I see it different now. Like I can understand it and I can appreciate it and be like, "Oh, you want to live this lifestyle? That's cool." But then there's those that, like I said, up north, whole different animal. Whole different from down here. Yeah. And see, there you go, Sheree. That's it right there. That's what I realized is like, well, shit, are they the smart ones? And the other person's the dumb one that's willing to rent a house for $1,200 a month. Meantime, this guy's mortgage payment, he either full on just went, here you go, and paid off the trailer immediately, and then just pays property taxes on, 2 acres of land that he got for 40 grand or 20 grand or whatever the hell he paid. No, he actually made the smarter investment. So it's like, but that was a course correction. But I mean, my bigger thing was the whole thing last night where I was like, did I overstep my bounds? Did I say something fucked? Like, because I couldn't figure out. I was like, where were you getting offended? Like, maybe she read it as you're black. That means you're ghetto. I don't know. I don't know where the miscommunication was, but I couldn't figure it out. Wasn't like she was like pissed at me real bad, but she was just like, yeah, that comment went over the top. I'm like, no, it didn't. The fuck are you talking about? Fuck you. Now I'm offended. I'm offended that you feel some way that you should be offended. But yeah, one of the other things that happened last night that fucking made me about piss myself was the guy calling in, and he was like, you know, and then I'm a Republican furry, and I was just like I didn't hear what he said at first, and then somebody typed it in the chat, and I thought about it, I was like, Did he just fucking say furry? And like Sheree just started dying because she's like, yeah, I could hear your voice. Like I could hear you fucking straight up saying that. I was like, you know exactly how I would have said that. Because I was just blown away. I was like, did he really just admit that, you know? I was like, ah, well, if he ain't hurting kids and he's just dressing up in a costume and that's his thing, well, you know, hey, each their own, each their own. I'm not going to shame you. I'm going to tease the hell out of you, but I ain't going to shame you. Yeah, mortgages for trailers are non-existent, especially down where you're at, Paul. Yeah, you're not wrong. You those you just do pay. Well, no. Are you sure you couldn't get a mortgage for it? You couldn't do some kind of payment plan out? That's going to be messy right there, but I'll fix that post. Yeah, I know, Sheree. I was fucking. I'm not going to. ABL lost his shit too, like same way I kind of did when I realized what the guy because what ABL started laughing. I'm like, what the hell's he laughing so hard about? And then somebody in the comment, and I was like, oh, because I thought he said I'm a fighting Republican, and I'm like, what the hell's a fighting Republican? And it was like he said furry. Like what? Yeah, I mean, well, here's one good thing. So I don't really put too much bank into the stock market, but the fact that it shot up 1,500 points as soon as Trump won also tells me that we're going to start seeing hedging against mortgages and everything. Hopefully that shit will lower. Hopefully everything's just going to magically drop in price for some unforeseen reason, and I'm guessing because everybody already knows what to expect under a Trump economy. So that is one of the brilliant things with him just outright winning the election. So how does it work? And maybe somebody else can chime in here. Um, I know in South Carolina, I can go buy a bungalow on the beach for $40,000. The problem is the insurance payment on said bungalow is about $1,200, $1,300 a month. Dark, I hope you're right. I hope it is. We're prepared for the best 4 years that we've ever seen. And I'm not going to lie a little bit. I'm excited to see what Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard do. I know what Trump can do, but I want to see what these other people that he's going to surround himself in or with, see what happens when they get in there and they get their hands into this filthy, stinking government. Do they change it around for the better? Do they make this do they make this better? Damn, that's a lot of light. What the hell's going on with that? I can actually probably cut that one so I can see it better. You know, I want to see what happens. I want to see because everybody can talk whatever game they want, but it's put up or shut up time. So, like, if RFK can't do jack or shit, then what? We also don't know who's going in what position either, as of yet. And Sheree, I think you're 100% spot on. Um, I really think you're spot on. It is a dream team. Like it's a unified team. That's the most important part to me is it's not just one guy saying, I'm going to do all this, that, and the other. It's these other people that had really good ideas that are, like are proven where, like, if you look at, now granted, RFK isn't allowed to touch the environmental shit, but he has that track record on, he's sued the government multiple times over stuff. Tulsi Gabbard, there's a reason she has that gray streak in her hair. That's from war, from the horrors of war. She doesn't want to see more war. She's all about peace. Put her in where she can make sure that peace happens. Put her in a role where she's negotiating that peace because she knows firsthand the horrors. I mean, the funny part is trying to listen to the media, find a way to attack Trump. That is the funniest part because if he had just won nothing but white votes, okay, you can call him a fucking racist. But he won more black votes and Hispanic votes, and that's what put him over so hard. So now, how do you call somebody like that a racist? You can't without calling those people scumbags. And I'm not going to lie, somebody like Joe Scarborough, I can completely see just going off the rails and calling, like, well, men are pieces of shit. This demographic, that demographic, they're pieces of shit. Yeah, I like this is interesting. See, I start talking about government and politics and stuff, and all of a sudden my shit starts disconnecting. I wonder what's up with that. I'm not even big time. So, sorry, the election's over. This ain't going to help anybody. Yes, help, my channel's under attack. Nah, I think it was just a glitch in the fucking Wi Fi connection, probably. Help, if I could get. So, this is one of those problems I have. I can hardwire my back room, but the way my house is built, I can't get to the other side in the attic. Otherwise, I would have dropped the line and hardwired my boneyard too. I would have hardwired the bone wire. I mean, it's all good. Either that or else. I swear to God, my wife has a negative magnetic field around her somehow. And not negative like she's a bad person, negative. I mean, just like it interferes with Wi Fi signal. So she walked past the Wi Fi, that might have did it. I don't know why. Just weird. Some people have that magnetic field around them. Sounds nutty, but it's kind of true. Yes, so coincidences aren't so coincidental. A lot of times you can factor it out. Same way I say good luck is made by you usually. Like there's fortune, but most luck you make your own luck. Yep, there you go. There's another way her phone might have called it caused some lag. Oh yeah. Well, no doubt. I mean, how many people do you think tuned into The View just to watch those women lose their shit? Just lose their goddamn minds at Trump being elected. How many people just tuned in to point and laugh at them? People that don't ever watch that show. It should have record numbers. I mean, they were saying such outlandish and over the top shit as Liz Cheney should be in charge of the CIA. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what are we doing here? Are you guys crazy? Like, that's that's derangement to a level that I don't even know how to quantify. Yeah, it was the first time that I ever watched The View. Everybody wanted to see them lose their minds. Oh God, they're so stupid. And like that's just it. The View is a perfect example of their next show should have been, yes, we're broadcasting from we're broadcasting from like Costa Rica or something like that. We had to leave the US cuz Trump won. Where's that one lady that was saying that Trump was going to throw her in an internment camp the moment he got in all, like where's that lady again? Like how come I'm not seeing her on TV anymore? I'll tell you what, Joe Rogan, you want to talk about somebody turning over a leaf and just getting red pilled and waking the hell up. I don't know if you guys saw his show. He did one with Tim Dillon, which was pretty hysterical. Day of the election, and then he just put one up with him and Dave Smith. And Rogan has gone full on red pill. Like he hasn't gone full Republican, but he's definitely woken up to, yeah, this is all bullshit. This is the bullshit that I'm being told. And that's a pretty powerful damn voice to have on your side, Joe Rogan. He definitely not just sways people, but he just has honest conversations with people. If you like his take, you don't like his take, whatever. At least the conversations are always honest. I still never forget one of my favorite recent episodes of Rogan that was non-political was Terrence Howard going on there and talking about 1 plus 1 and or 1 times 1 equals 2 and all this kind of stuff and going through all these secrets of the universe or what have you. And then he brought him back on with, I can't remember who it was who went on there with him. I want to say it was like Brett Weinstein or somebody. And like literally tore down 99% of his theories right there on the air to his face. Stuff's always great. Yeah, it was Eric Weinstein. Thank you. I knew it was I thought it was one of the Weinsteins, but yeah, he tore down Terrence Howard pretty good and just explained to him, look, this is why people don't take you seriously and are making fun of you because you say this shit, but they've already done the math on it. They've already figured all this out. You're like, you've got some interesting theories. Like he was gentle about it, but he definitely made him look like an asshole. Yeah, I'm indifferent about Terrence Howard. I don't think I think he makes some pretty cool shapes into stuff that look pretty, but outside of that, yeah, yeah. I just when he did the original podcast, I was like, nothing you're saying is making any kind of like scientific or logical sense. It's a cool theory, but yeah, no, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I was like, I don't know how to debunk it, and then Joe Rogan brought him on and debunked them. Like brought on Weinstein and knocked him out. Harvey Weinstein. No, Weinstein, not Weinstein. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Genius high thoughts. You know, I was smoking this joint the other day and I thought about it. I thought about the universe. But then again, that's just like, the universe is pretty dark and but then, when you really break it down, we're all part of the stars. And that's why we have to fight and keep fighting. Well, you just lost, so your fight's over, lady. Have a nice day. Enjoy going back to California or whatever. Get the fuck out of the White House. Get out of JD's room. Get out of JD's room. Take your nanny banging husband with you. Just get the fuck out. I think I made that joke the other day in the chat that Trump's getting as good at beating women, almost as good at beating women as Doug Emhoff. What, the frequency? Do you mean frequency as in how often something appears, or do you mean frequency as in the range in hertz that they're producing? Which frequency are we talking about here? Wait, which one, mister? Which one would it be? Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. Or John. And then he could have just said, yeah, my name's, like as a cute little aside, my name's Jack. Yeah, little update. I heard my buddy who's in the hospital from the motorcycle accident. Supposedly, I know they did a whole bunch of stuff to him. Like he still can't talk because he's got a trach going, but apparently he is able to kind of communicate with his eyes. How true or not, I don't know, but still not out of that. Might be paralyzed for the rest of his life area, but at least it sounds like he's recovering to an extent. So some good news on that front too for anybody who gave a shit. If not, well, that's kind of what happened. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Well, I would think frequency would be the signal. The setting something to a frequency would be kind of like creating a square wave or a psi wave, and then tuning that to a certain level to get a desired output that the other person could tune into and receive. That's how I would perceive frequency, mister. That's just me, though, and I'm kind of an idiot, so. But I think that's kind of the gist of it. Mercury retrograde. Like the planet Mercury in retrograde? One of these days, I'm going to realize that things that I'm eventually going to have to do a lot of white on, that I should just prime them in white to make this easier. Getting this black out of there is a pain. Like painting over black with white is not fun. Too much peek through and got to be cleaned up too much. Like, to be honest with you, if I wasn't lazy, I probably would have airbrushed it. But since laziness is my superpower, sad part is I could probably have spent $30 and bought her one of these things on like from the Jane Bob store up in New Jersey. Had it just shipped. But nope, I gotta go make shit. Paint it by hand. Stupid me. Well, I'm lazy, not slothful, so big difference. Although I am not enjoying, I'll be honest with you, if I wasn't streaming, I'm in my hibernation time at this point. I'm like a goddamn bear. I started packing on pounds about 2 weeks ago. The weather's starting to change, and then I'm going to go into hibernation soon, where I'm just like extra, don't move around much. You want to go mow the lawn? Nah, I don't feel like touching grass. I think I'm just going to lay here for a bit. Only Dan Rather knows. Dear Lord. Yeah, that man pretty much disgraced himself too. Didn't he say something about being in a helicopter that was under attack or some shit? Whatever happened to Dan Rather? It's like anybody who watches Fox News, and he used to be on the 5 all the time, and he would drive me nuts because I grew up in Philadelphia. That dude, Juan Williams, he was just like a newscaster when I was a kid. I remember watching him on Philly, like the Philly stations, and he always pissed me off. To my mind, that says this, and everybody around the table would be like, "Dude, you're an asshole." At least like the other ones that they have on the 5, like Jessica Tarlov, she can actually spin stuff and spit statistics, and you may hate her point of view, but she's at least good at what she does. Same thing for Harold Ford Jr. He's an interesting case where I think if he ran for some kind of higher office again, like a president or what, he might actually have a shot because he definitely is about unity. Oh, that was Brian Williams that got canceled. Okay. I knew it was one of them. Yeah, Mister's talking about. Yeah, I get what you're talking about, Beans, but yeah, he's got it. He's got it spot. I'll let him handle the science end of this. Um, Juan Williams, I don't know if he got canceled in Philly and went over to Fox. Um, but Philly, like the news out of Philly is usually pretty damn liberal. Although, and that's funny to me because, and I know none of you guys grew up in like the Philadelphia area, but back when I was a little kid, there was a mayor named Wilson Good. I want to say was his name. And there was this group, and they were basically homegrown terrorists named, and they called themselves Move, right? He dropped like Mayor Wilson Good. They took over this building. He basically firebombed the entire building, burned down like a block of Philly. He was like, "I don't put up with terrorists." Boom, and just dropped this fucking like fireball on top of them, or something like that. Or there was a fire in the building. He dropped like some kind of thing on him, and it blew the fire. out into the other buildings and set everything else on fire. I just remember it was like a big running joke between all the kids back in the day, like Mayor Wilson Good's going to blow you up if you're not on the level. Like he didn't screw around. 7.8 hertz, the frequency of Earth. You know, Beans, that sounds familiar for some reason. No, no, no. God, I've heard that before, Beans, and I don't know why I've heard that before. That Earth does have its own frequency. I don't know if that's what that's caused by or what have you. Maybe a magnetic frequency. Some kind of frequency, though, with Earth is 7.8. I think you are correct, ma'am. I almost called you sir. It's ma'am. Schumann resonance, is that what it is, Dark? Yeah. I thought it was something with the like electromagnetic frequency, 7.8. The question is it 7.8 megahertz or gigahertz? And it doesn't work for the flat earth. Hmm. And that wasn't me saying that. That was me reading the chat. Ah, well, there you go. So basically, what you're saying is the magnetic field developed by the. And here you go. We're just going to switch subjects from terrorism and burning down, like, a whole block of Philly to the liquid metal core of the earth. Just bam, change over. The electric field naturally pulsates. That's interesting. Painting it red. What the hell's up with this red? Why does it look sparkly? I might actually go over this. I might stop painting this red, go with the undercoat, and then go from there. So I think this red is not going to lay on this right. Let me see. Even with that bleed through, yeah, I'm going to have to go to the darker red. If I had a pool, I wouldn't be able to get my wife out of it. I shit you not. But yeah, I walk around barefoot most of the time. Oh. A cold plunge. Like, I don't know how the hell you people do that stuff. I ain't jumping in anything that is cold. Now, if it's boiling hot, like I can get into that. I can't do cold. Everything in me just locks up. Like my arm completely stops working. Like, but you put me in a very hot environment, I works much better for me. Maybe that's just me. Huh. Yeah, I think that darker red looks a bit better. Definitely gives it a little bit more royalty to him, but I'm gonna have to wait for pigment to dry. Otherwise, I'm gonna push it right out of the damn model. Do it because it's badass. I don't know, man. You're not never gonna catch me doing that like polar bear shit or whatever those people do. Like I'm definitely not all about that freezing my ass off. Let's not even discuss what it does to your man bits when you jump in and it's that cold. Doesn't matter if you use them or not. You're like looks like a second grader's thumb. Like what the fuck? What are we even doing here? It's one of those unfairness about the sexes. Woman can jump into freezing cold water, jump out, and she's stunningly beautiful all of a sudden. A guy does it, and man. Yeah, I know Joe Rogan's like big on that cold plunge shit or ice baths or whatever. I just could never get into it. Never could. Never could. So here's a question for you. Being that Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, Kamala lost in 2024, do you think there ever will be a woman president of the United States? I think there will. I'd like to see Tulsi be the first one, to be honest with you. But do you think there ever will be? Do you think that if you had a woman with a good agenda, right credentials, stuff like that, do you think there would be, or do you think that as a country we are actually misogynistic and you wouldn't vote for a woman? I agree, Sheree. I think if Big Mike had run against Donald Trump, she would have fucking she would have put up a hell of a fight. I don't know if she would have won, but she definitely would have. We'd still be counting votes. I'll tell you that much. I think she definitely would have had a better shot than Kamala. I don't even know if it's just like with Tulsi. I would vote for Tulsi. She's a war vet that has a realistic side and seems like she can compromise with both sides of the aisle and actually like has America's interest at heart. Like it seems like it even comes before her. Like she has that sense of duty about her. She's not stupid. or like she wouldn't run a joy campaign. She would run, look, let's do this and make America better in this way. I could see Tulsi being the first woman president. She definitely, I would have voted for her over Trump if she had gotten like the Republican nomination. I think she could be the first woman president. You couldn't see yourself voting for one, Sheree? Yeah, well, I mean, look at like UK had Margaret Thatcher for years. She wasn't a bad PM, like prime minister. It's basically their head. Um, through history, we've had different places, queens that have ruled things that have done a pretty damn good job with it. So I mean, I don't see that being out of the realm of possibility. I just think it's got to be the right one with the right policies. Like like I said, like Tulsi, that's why I could see her. I could see her policy being, not just America first, but kind of like a Trump platform almost. I'm not going to lie. Of no more wars, stupid intervention wars and stuff like this. I could see her doing it. That that's just me though. I'm asking you guys. Yeah, well, I mean, and you're not wrong. Women do like strong men, but that being said too, they should also like strong women in that case scenario. I could see I could definitely see somebody like a Tulsi. Like I said, she comes across as very strong and very competent and like an actual decent person, which is probably why she'll never be president. You got to be a little fucked up to be the president. Let's be honest here. You got to have a couple skeletons in that closet. I am pretty sure that this is all white in here too. I think I'm gonna have to go back over that. Matter of fact, I might switch over right now while that's drying on the red. Good lord. Red is such a pain in the ass to get out of the brush though. I'm actually looking forward to printing something with my printer now. That new printer is just, I can't believe the size difference. I can't believe the construction quality either. Like, one's like probably, like that printer's like, the new one's like 20 pounds, the other one's like 5. Like, what the hell did you guys add in this thing? And when it breaks, can I fix it? Because I can fix the old one. Get this white fixed. Huge, huge. It's a huge printer. Yeah, what else? Like, unfortunately, the election has been pretty much the big news lately. Anything else exciting going? Oh, I got one for you guys. My wife told me this. I still haven't looked into it because I felt I would be too disgusted if I looked into it. But anybody that's a fan of the X-Men, apparently in the comics, They are replacing Cyclops with a small Asian woman, and I'm not making that up. Apparently, this is true. I don't understand. Yeah, I can do that for you, Beans. You don't want it? I can do that for you if you would like that. Hold on. Cyclops. Let me see. How do I do that? Let me see. Oh, let me see, Beans. Type something. Damn, dog. Way to scare the shit out of me. Type something, Beans. I think you should be good. I just want to make sure I didn't fuck anything up. But since I need one, yeah, fair enough, mister. It's all right. You're good. You're good, Beans. I got you. You're good. You're fixed. I think it might be Bosnian. I think that's what she typed. We'll make this. It is not. The cat stepped on the keyboard. Ah, shit. God damn it. This flowing robe, I can't tell which way it goes. That was a joke Mister was making. He makes those sometimes. Every now and again. Only about 20%. Is that because people only respond 20% of the time, Mister? Or, all right. I got the white fixed on that. Oh, shit. Why is it? Is that something that's been ingrained in the human, like into little boys, I say, since we were little boys? That anytime somebody tells you to pick a number between 1 and 100, everybody always says 69, dude. What do you mean? What do you mean? Fucking, what do you mean, I should not blasphemy? What does that mean? I don't know how to, I don't know. I don't know what actual blasphemy is. taking the Lord's name in vain. Yeah, but we all got faith in you. Yeah, you know what? You might be right. Maybe I should be careful. I'll end up plugging in my 3D printer and getting electrocuted or something. Like God will smite me from my mouth. I mean, yeah, it happens that way sometimes, Dark. It happens that way. They better not. God better not spite my new printer. I just fired it up and tested it out. It worked. You better not break my new toy. I'm definitely interested in seeing what when I print something, what comes like what it's going to look like. I'm going to go for something real high detail off the rip. Get some rest. Have fun at work tomorrow, Beans. Good night. Thanks for stopping in. God, my shaky hand. God damn it. I definitely need a. One of these days, they're going to come out with robot spinal columns, and I'm going to buy one as soon as it comes out. The stone tablets. What the hell was it? Mel Brooks' History of the World, where he's like, I've got these 20 commandments, and then he drops one of them, and he's like, I've got these 10 commandments. Okay, it was 15 and then 10. Holy Moses. Didn't that have are you sure it was Holy Moses? For some reason I thought it was History of the World Part 1. But Holy Moses, wasn't that Dudley Moore back in like the 80s, I want to say? Like cuz he was on a roll there with Arthur and then like that Bo Derek film, what was it? 10? No, there actually is a movie though, mister, called Holy Moses too. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look it up. I want to say it's Dudley Moore. I know George Burns had the God movie. What the hell was the God movie? Oh God, you devil part. It was like, oh, I think it was just called Oh God, and I want to say John Denver was in it too or something. Those were out when I was like a little kid. So we're talking late 70s, early 80s. But yeah, I want to say Holy Moses. Holy Moses. Um, yeah, let me look that up real quick. No worries, mister. Yeah, and don't forget, Alien Stream's going to probably another hour. He'll kick in. So if I'm not here, oh God. Yeah, we'll set that for 4:24 a.m. My damn tablet has a update. I don't understand. They've updated my stuff like I swear once a week. Let me see. Holy Moses. Um. Do, 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 do. Let's see. Dudley Moore. Yeah. Yep. It's Wholly Moses. It came out in 1980. But Holy Moses, it had Richard Pryor in it, Dudley Moore, John Ritter's in it. And you can actually catch that. It looks like it's on Tubi for free. Yeah, Gary Weiss, Dudley Moore, Richard Pryor, John Ritter, Lorraine Newman, James Coco, Madeline Kahn's in it, Dom DeLuise. Yes, Sheree. I was going to actually do that at the end of the show anyway, but if Beans didn't want it, then yeah, I was going to give it to Sheree anyway. And if I ever get monetized, then that means that she now gets 10%. Because I think that's only fair. Plus, Sheree's here for the entire show. Like, matter of fact, I don't think there's a show where it's been, halfway through or something, and all of a sudden Sheree comes out of nowhere. She's usually here for the duration of the whole thing, unless I go super late. Then it's understandable she's not here. And plus, she doesn't take shit from anyone. I mean, granted, like technically I could probably get away without a mod. But I feel that is a safety belt, and something comes through that's completely out of line. Having somebody else that catches it, because sometimes chats will come in and I'm sitting there painting like I am now and not looking at my monitor or reading the chat. So if somebody said something that could get the channel banned, she'd nail it because she's watching. But that's fine. With great power comes greater responsibility. Not really. I mean, look at who's in charge of our nuclear arsenal right now again. Somebody explain that one to me. I would like to know. Just for my own, peace of mind. Who's got a hold of our nuclear arsenal at this point in time? I'll tell you what. Did you guys see the press conference earlier with Joe Biden? I don't know if you did or didn't, but that man is so happy right now. He was like skipping from the platform. Like, I've never seen him that happy and coherent his entire presidency until now. He's just like, yeah, you lost. I'm the only one who can beat Trump. You can kiss my rebellious ass. You shouldn't have threw me out. I could have beat him. And it's like, yeah, no, you couldn't. We watched it on the debate stage that you had no chance of beating that man. I think Biden voted for Trump. I know Jill did. Jill showed up to vote in a red dress. If that wasn't a signal of which way she was voting, like, I don't know what is. Damn, these little folds of cloth. Yes, that's just it. To me, that Joe Biden that walked out on stage, that was the one that showed up at the beginning of 2020 and debated Trump and was all right in the debate. Like, he was like coherent and like he was into it. I don't know what the hell, like what they did, other than the fact that like he gets to tell everybody I was right and everything else. And the other crazy part is Trump never, as well as Trump did, he didn't get as many popular votes as Joe Biden, so he can't even say he beat him in that regard. None of it. Like, I think the whole thing's just actually pretty funny. Pretty funny. Yeah, it was a red dress, Sheree. She was wearing a red dress, and they showed her going into the voting booth or whatever, and she was wearing red. And I don't know. I think I watched somebody's coverage, and they said it best. They were like, 70% of the country is in agreement that the country's on the wrong track, versus like 20% or whatever it was that feels that the country is on the right track, right? So when you're looking at it that way, how are you supposed to win if 70% of people agree that you're not doing this right? I don't see where you had a path to victory at that point. Like saying that, the other candidate, I hate him for his personality, only takes you so far. Oh, yeah. They were ecstatic. Um, Now, what's going to be interesting is this, and this is one of those things that I've theorized, but what happens, right, if Trump goes, I'm going to pardon Hunter Biden? I'm going to pardon Hunter Biden, and then Joe Biden turns around, I'm going to pardon Trump for all his crimes or, his perceived crimes or whatever. So he doesn't have to go back to court ever. Like, what if they do that to one another? So this way, Joe Biden can keep his word and doesn't pardon his son, and Trump doesn't pardon himself. Like, how funny would that be? No, 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 no. I'm right there with you, Dark. The moment Afghanistan happened, like, when they. So it wasn't even just the fall of Afghanistan, it was when the bodies came back and Joe Biden checked his watch as each body was unloaded. And you realized he was checking his watch because he didn't really want to be there. That was like, yeah, this I can't even, unless this man like seriously sends us into an economic boom or cures cancer like he wanted to, or, whatever, I can't support him. Like, that was just, to me, it was disgusting. Like, these people shouldn't have lost their life to begin with. They lost it on your watch, and yet you're sitting there checking your watch when their bodies are being unloaded. You should be standing there resolute and saluting, not seeing what time ice cream's going to be served at the after party, shit like this. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah, I don't know that he can pardon all the people on January 6th, though. Like, I don't even think Trump should do that. Like, there's some that I really do think kind of deserve what they're getting. I think there's others that need to be replace other people, though. Like, I don't want to. I don't want to slander this man because he's already, quote unquote, been cleared by the government. And so I'm not trying to slander anybody here or say, like, hey, we need to have an investigation of him, but because supposedly he's been vetted and cleared. But what the hell's the deal with that Ray Epps dude? Like, I literally watched him on tape saying, we need to go into the Capitol and shit like this to a whole crowd of people. And like, people are yelling Fed and don't listen to him and stuff like that. Like, he was definitely pushing for that shit. And I mean, granted, you can't force somebody to do something they don't want to do. But yeah, like, some of the stuff that was coming out of his mouth was definitely pushing towards that. Yeah, and that's just it. I think he was a federal plant. Like, 110%. That's just my take on it. I'm not saying that he actually was because I don't have evidence of it. Like, I can't, if you took me to court right now, I couldn't go to the court and say, I feel like he's a Fed. I think he's a Fed. It's the same way with, the election of 2020, where you can say, yeah, I think there was fuckery and everything else, but nothing that'll stand up in court. You just have a feeling, and just looking at the way things align, you can believe it. And there's shady shit and everything else, but you, if you can't prove it, you can't prove it. It's got to go beyond a shadow of a doubt. Extraordinary claim needs extraordinary evidence, and we never got that evidence. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, look at like the whole Gretchen Whitmer plot. What was it like? 12 of the 14 involved were working for the federal government or were undercover on a sting operation? Like, yeah, that's, you're not going to call that entrapment, but I mean, granted, they ended up calling that entrapment. But still, like, that's a lot of people to line up to dupe two guys that are just, popping their mouths or what have you. Like, I don't know. I just think it's almost like an arsonist that's setting fires, but a fireman and collecting the insurance on them. Like, and then the first one to show up and put them out. Like, oh yeah, look how important we are. I'm doing this so that we make our jobs look better, because I think a lot of people have had it with our federal government and stuff. I think it's going to be interesting as hell because there is no way, zero chance. This is one of those non negotiables. Trump will be releasing everything to do with JFK, everything to do with the assassination, which means the CIA, if they were involved in it, we're going to know. We're going to know where different federal agencies played their part, the whole 9 yards. And I know that had to be something that had to be agreed on ahead of time by RFK when he joined Trump. Like, look, if I join you, My uncle's files, I want everything on them. My father's files, I want everything on them out to the public. I guarantee there's no way that they didn't sit there and like RFK was going to go, yeah, I'm going to drop my candidacy and support you and everything else without you releasing those assassination files. Plus, since they try to assassinate Trump, he's got to be like, yeah, I want to know everything with this shit now. Or, like, I don't. In a way, I'm a little worried that Trump will never see the Oval Office again. I think in that regard, they would have to take out JD Vance as well. That would be the only way to cover everything up because the shit he's about to expose, they don't want out there. They don't want it out there if the Epstein files get released, for example. They don't want it out there that Bill Clinton was doing stuff with underage people and was on video and they had him over a barrel or what have you. They're going to want that shit covered up forever because it makes them look bad. Well, I mean, when Trump almost got assassinated the first time, like when he actually got shot, the one of the first people apparently he called was RFK and had a whole conversation with him, or RFK Jr. Got to say that correctly because RFK Sr. is kind of missing part of his head, but he called RFK like immediately after that and was just like, "Yo, like this is what happened." I wonder what else will come out. Like, well, all of a sudden, because where I think I've said this on the channel before, where I stand with like, well, I'm a whistleblower for whatever organization. My name's Lou Elizondo or David Grush, and I have all this knowledge of aliens, and but I heard it through a friend who heard it through a friend who heard it from another that we might have been visited by an alien race like that we're working on these vehicles, but I can't show you proof because the government won't let me show you proof. Like, I wonder if we'll start getting stuff where people like that are like, yeah, they're just government plants. Like the truth about people like that, where it's, yeah, they were just either useful idiots or they were part of a propaganda wing of a government. And I also thought about this. How cool would it be if RFK, Donald Trump, JD Vance, while they're in, well, not really RFK, but more JD Vance and Donald Trump go on Joe Rogan's show while they're the sitting president and sitting vice president. Like, not for campaign, not for any of that shit, but just go on there and talk to them, like while they're in the office. And like let him ask them questions and stuff like that, or just have a conversation like they did before. And they say, look, there's certain stuff we can't cover because of national security, but here's what's going on. Here's the like that could be like the new goddamn State of the Union right there. That would be awesome because we're getting it right from them. Well, so here's my problem with UFOs in this day and age. Up until a point, if somebody caught a UFO on camera or had a UFO story or whatever, and they debunked it or they were able to dismiss it and everything else, that's one thing. Nowadays, because of AI and the way we can deep fake shit, it's going to be impossible now to tell if what you're actually seeing on a video or whatever is actually a UFO or it's a AI deepfake. It's going to be impossible. Like after a point, our stuff has gotten so good that if we want to cover something up when it comes to the UFO category, you could do it and have AI do it and make it believable. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, like one of my big things is like Lou Elizondo and Stephen Grush. I believe 5% of what they say. And then the moment they say, like somebody will ask them the question, well, then why is the Pentagon allowing you to talk about this? Well, because I don't talk about this part of it that could hurt national security. Like, all of this hurts national security. Because you're basically saying they're lying to the American public. You just don't realize that end of the spectrum. Like, you're a fucking liar. It's not like somebody like a Snowden's like, yeah, they're using the Patriot Act to spy on just American citizens. And it's like, where's your proof? Here it is. Here's all the evidence. Oh, well, now I need to leave the country. These guys are like, oh, yeah, well, I still talk to people in the Pentagon. Like, you lying motherfuckers. You want those views. You want those clicks. You want, you want a narrative to distract from other things. Like, I think one of the funny things was I watched it back because I had watched the when Stephen Grush, um, what was the other two? I don't know what the one dude's name is, and then the one guy I actually find to be credible with the UFO shit is Commander Fravor because he doesn't make a big deal out of it. He just says, "Yeah, I saw this. Not a big deal." Don't know what it was, but this was my experience, and he just leaves it at that, and I find him completely credible because of that. Um, but yeah, watching them in Congress and like, he kept saying Stephen Grush kept saying, yeah, well, I can tell you in a skiff, I can tell you in a skiff. What I went back and watched the Joe Rogan podcast when he was on there, and it was after he had testified to Congress, and he said, yeah, I kept telling him, like Rogan's like, yeah, you kept saying that you would identify it in a skiff. How did that go? What did they get to see? And he said, oh, there wasn't a skiff available that day. And I'm like, so basically, you told Congress all this shit and you could prove it and everything, but you had to prove it in a secure area where it was like basically for their eyes only. And then you still didn't tell them. Like, you're a lying motherfucker. I don't know why they lied to the American public about it. Like, is it because they feel it would cause widespread panic where, hey, there are these things that we can't catch and just embarrass even our most latest technology? Or is it we've got some kind of weapon system in development and we don't want people to know about it? So this way, if China ever did say, like, I don't know, invade America or try to attack us, it's a surprise. Which way do we go with this? Like, what do we think? Or is just the government just not competent? And that's I always lean towards the government's not competent, but in this one, I think they are actually covering up if they know something. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that the government is covering it up? Do you think there really are little green men? Actually, the little green thing, men thing is bullshit too. It was really little silver men because the way we get that is from the Hopkinsville goblins. But some of the newspapers reported they were little green men, not little silver men, and that's where that alien archetype kind of started. The little green men from Mars or what have you. I see. I can't say that 100% certainty. I'm not sure. I know I've never seen evidence of actual extraterrestrials, like actual aliens. They may exist, they may not exist, but I've never seen any. Yep, I can bet I'll bet my life on this being the fact. And the closest I've ever come to us having vehicles are our Commander Fravor and oh God, what's his name? Bob Lazar. But then again, Bob Lazar seems less credible to me than David Fravor does. David Fravor is the only one that I can't full on like discount for extraterrestrial activity or unidentified object, flying object, or UAP, because they, like he saw this stuff go into the ocean, come out of the ocean, chase it around, go to their meetup point, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, I think there's definitely got to be life somewhere out in this universe, even if it's just microbial life. I think there's definitely got to be something else out there. I don't think we're all alone. I think that's just arrogance to think that it's impossible for whatever out of all the different infinite possibilities. Now, whether they're at the level we are technologically or above us, I don't know. If they're hydrogen, oxygen based atmosphere is necessary, or maybe they're silicone based or what have you. But I'm sure there's life somewhere in this universe. I don't know that we've seen it though, or we've encountered it, we've had dealings with it, any of that stuff. Really should have gone pink under here. And I'm not like everybody knows, considering I'm sitting here painting the buddy Christ. Everybody knows I'm not a biblical scholar, but can anybody tell me, do they allow for aliens in the Bible? Like, is there any possibility of them where they're mentioned at all? As I mean, I know stories of angels, demons, Nephilim, stuff like this. But is there any mention of like there can be life on other planets, stuff like that? Or is it just God made man and that was the end of the story? Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I've seen fighters too dark that have chased, they're chasing something. Um, Now, granted, gotta taking things into consideration. If they are anti-gravity, that means that they would produce a field around them, an electromagnetic field that would distort the light around them, so that you wouldn't actually be able to say it'd be like, oh, look at that, a definitive shape on that thing. It would be fuzzy at best because of the light bending and the way you would observe that light, unless you yourself were in the same type of field, then you'd be better. So, yeah, I've never heard anything about aliens either, biblically. Like, I have heard nothing about. I can't think of any part in there. Now, granted, I mean, like, there are interesting things like Vamana that are described in like Hinduism and stuff like that, but never anything that's. Damn, I hate trying to get a flesh tone out too, by the way, guys. I've never heard anything where it's like, yes, and then, God created this on the seventh day, and then he created all other life in like a different universe or in a different galaxy on. Because back when the Bible was done, they didn't even know about other galaxies for the most part. That's kind of hard when you can't write about something you don't know unless you're just bullshitting the whole thing to begin with. So I don't know, but I do think it's interesting. I know the Pope has said that if there is alien life, it would not contradict the Bible. I know the Pope had said something like that. And I know I'm painting his hand with a bright pink. But that's hopefully so that the skin tone layers on here better because it wasn't layering correct. Yeah, I mean, so much interesting stuff in the Bible, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, there's stuff that people have interpreted, I know, to be aliens. And then, books that are supposedly not part of the Bible, but still linked to the Bible that were found with, like, I don't know, it's fucked up. Like, the Book of Enoch is one that I always go back to because I know that, what is it, the Philippines? No, it's Ethiopian. There's supposedly an Ethiopian Bible that's one of the oldest Bibles, and it actually has the Book of Enoch in it. Like, it's still in there. But then again, think where they keep the Ethiopian Bible, they also say that there is an Ark of the Covenant that they have, like the Ark of the Covenant, and like there's people that are selected to keep it or keep eye on it and watch it or whatever, and they die on like every 2 years or something. Basically, it almost sounds like they're dying of radiation poisoning or some shit like this. Remember hearing that or seeing that a couple different places. All right, let's see if I can get the skin layer on that pink hand of his, which is crazy because like the saturation and the lighting, can't even really see the pink unless I put them down like that. Oh, what else has been going on, guys? Like anything else in this world interesting been happening? Just an election and that's it. Everybody was done. No new movies coming out or exciting things. Let me see how this layers on with this pink. Hopefully that's dry enough now. Wow. That's going to take like 2 coats, 3 coats. That shit is pretty damn bright. I might even have to go to a darker tone now because of how bright that pink is. It's looking better in the fingers, but back of the hand is kind of see-through, bright pink. Yeah, nothing new for you, Dark, huh? So wait, with Trump in office, does that mean you get to retire again? Is that what's going to happen to you? Or are you going to have to keep working? I mean, look, he may have won the election, but it doesn't turn the spigot back off of all the bullshit that's already happened. That's all got to get undone. Yeah, see, like, life is just quiet. Like, it's weird. I'm not going to lie at all. It got weirdly, oddly quiet everywhere all at once after that election. Like, it was like everybody in the world, well, in the US, was just like, huh, enough. It's all like all the bullshit is done. Hey, you know what the answer to that is, Sheree? Not much. You know why? It might actually be better this way because I want you to think about it. Who had Congress when Biden won? Who had the Senate when Biden won? It was all Democrat controlled. So they would have just locked Trump up for 2 years out of his presidency. If they take the Congress and they've already got the Senate and Trump comes in, now they can actually do meaningful shit and just the floodgates are open basically. Like there's no stopping if the House passes a bill, Trump can just bam right through, which is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing in some respects if he uses it for the right reasons. It's a bad thing if he does, like I said, like an abortion ban or something. That'll be fucking a tragedy. But if he uses it to say everybody needs voter ID for federal elections, the border closed, and this is the referendum on it. This is the redo to, different shit in our economy, stuff like that. He uses it in a positive way. It's a brilliant thing. Yeah, and that's the other thing. So the way I see, I'll be honest with you, the way I see Mike Pence is, he was installed to keep Donald Trump in the establishment's pocket for the most part. So if Trump started to step out of the lines, Pence could say, nope, nope, nope. You know what? I think you've gone over the top and you're nuts. We're invoking the 25th Amendment. Well, you can't do that to me. Well, yes, I can. And then, you know what I mean? They could have pulled a coup on Trump like they just did with Biden. Like they just did that shit to Biden. So I don't care how good of a man even Donald Trump says Mike Pence is. That dude, I don't trust him at all. Like, I don't think he was a good guy at all. I don't think he had the country's best interest at heart. I think he had what made him more more afflicted at heart, like more I don't even know how to say it. It was like he was in it for his benefit in some way or another that we still haven't seen yet. I'm sure it's going to come to light though, because like he may have been a good person or all this stuff, but he is 110% all about the establishment. He was installed with Trump because Trump didn't even know who to take as his VP because he probably would have taken like Ben Carson or somebody that he couldn't have won with. But the fact he took Pence made him more palatable to the establishment the first go around. I don't trust Mike Pence. Whenever a man calls his wife mother, take note and be wary. Take note and definitely be wary. Like, I think he was smart in the fact that he wouldn't meet with like a female anything, reporter, anything without his wife in the room and present. I thought that was smart. But I know I've heard him on occasion say mother and like talking to his wife, like, what the fuck? I was I wasn't real big on JD Vance in the beginning. I really wasn't. I've warmed up to him. I thought that Trump should have probably taken Vivek off the rip. I'm not going to lie. Vivek or Tim Scott were my two choices. But then he picked JD Vance, and I was like, I don't really know about this guy. And then the more I looked into his background, the more I watched him, I like him, but there's something there too that worries me a little about him, and I don't know what it is yet. Something with something with his smile. I'm not gonna lie. He has something with his smile that when he's smiling and laughing, not that it's like fake or forced like a normal politician, but something with JD Vance's smile almost feels like he's getting one over on everybody whenever he's talking. Like, I can't believe these sheep bought it. Like, something like that. I don't, I can't figure it out. It's just what my gut tells me. Yeah, the more he talks, the more I like him. I think he's a very intelligent man. I don't think he's an evil person. And I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying there's something about him that I don't know. I think something's going to come out and it's going to shock everybody. Like, it's not an arrogant smile. It's like this, not even I know what I just said was bullshit smile. It's more like, look at all these fools trusting who I am. I think that's the only way I can describe it. Right. And Vivek is a lot like that too. I really like Vivek, but there's something that I don't quite trust 100% yet with Vivek. I think Tim Scott, I've watched him enough that I don't think he's the most charismatic fellow, but I do think he's a very real person. I think he actually gives a shit what happens to the country. I think that, he's not a bad person. This Buddy Christ has is his foot deformed? I never realized that. Um, yeah, Vivek. Like I said, there's something with him too. Vivek is almost too good to be true with some of the shit that comes out of his mouth. I did watch JD on Joe Rogan. He swears about as much as I do, just less F bombs. I think he is very real. I think he has an amazing life story. Like, if anything, his life story is probably the most inspiring out of most of the presidential candidates in history, where he literally was, came from nothing, came from less than nothing. He should have been a statistic as one of those people that just failed out and actually built himself into something. But there's something else there. Like, all right, I'll give you an example. You guys know who Dan Crenshaw is, right? Okay. Dan Crenshaw, what do you think of Dan Crenshaw? I can tell you now, when I first saw Dan Crenshaw and watched him speak and stuff, I really liked him. I think he is the biggest fucking pile of shit and bullshitter. I thank him for his service. I think it's amazing, and he was willing to serve and die for his country and all that, but I think he's a total bullshitter. Like, I think he's a fraud. I think he's basically just part of the establishment. I don't think he actually has a belief one way or another. I'm the same way about Lindsey Graham. I don't think Lindsey Graham could served in the military or anything like that, but Lindsey Graham, same thing. I think he's just a bullshitter, a yes man. I think it's literally with Lindsey Graham is like a yes man, but yeah, like Dan Crenshaw, I had a lot of high hopes for him when he first came into government. I was pretty high up on the fact that he was a Navy SEAL, lost an eye, all that kind of stuff. But the more and more I saw him, the more and more I paid attention to what he was saying. He was 110% all about the status quo establishment. Like, there was nothing, he was basically like fake MAGA, I guess is a good way of putting it. Like, you just, I don't know if they gave him a lot of money or what, and it changed who he was, but I watched the change in that man and I did not like it. Yeah, he's working the system. That's a good way of putting it, Dark. Um, but I think it goes even more than just he's working a system. I think like I think all you got to do is give him money. He'll do whatever the fuck you tell him to. I don't want people like that. I think that's the problem with government is there's too much money in our government. Like there's too much money flowing into our politics where you can just buy a politician and have them flip their principles magically on their head. And I think he's one of those. I think he's a very good talker. I think, like I said, combat vet, all that stuff. But I also see him as a bullshitter. I think he lost his credibility with me, and I find him to just be establishment. And then I know I saw something with him the other day, and it was funny because he was like, "Yeah, there's no establishment or whatever," and he was like actually arguing with Cenk Uygur or the Young Turks, and like Cenk said something back to him like, "Dude, you are the establishment. What the hell are you talking about?" And then they had it had to be a Piers Morgan because they had Vinny from Patrick Bet David's podcast on there, and he said, "I completely agree with Shank. He is the establishment we're talking about." And like Dan Crenshaw was trying to treat him like they're delusional, like there's no such thing as the establishment. And it's like, dude, that in of itself is your biggest sin. That is your lie. There is an establishment where the Democrats and the Republicans are like they should do those handshake deals behind the scenes, and that's what put us in this danger zone to begin with. So yeah, I agree with you. I like some of these newer, younger people. I think they bring some fresh ideas, but I also do respect the wisdom of some of the older guys. Like, um, I mean, like McCarthy, don't trust him at all. Matt Gates is kind of a odd character, weird and rough to get behind, but I like his ideas and stuff. Byron Donalds, I think he's got a pretty decent future ahead of him. He's got a pretty good head on his shoulders and knows how to navigate it for the most part. But some of these older guys, like I was watching something, and I think Ron Paul's actually going to help Elon Musk now with this whole Trump transition team. And I think Ron Paul coming out and helping Trump with this, he's wanted this government oversight for a while, or realignment and cleaning up. And getting rid of the bullshit in our government. I think he's the right guy to help because he knows how to navigate the actual deep state, like the actual bullshit. Because and that's the other big lie is if you think there isn't a deep state that's there running things behind the scenes, all we got to do is look at the current presidency and see it. Its fingerprints are everywhere. Some people think it's Obama. Some people think it's, like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, stuff like this. I think it goes deeper than that. I think it's somebody that we've never elected that was hired into government a long time ago and just works behind the scenes controlling it. Yeah, McConnell did do an amazing job navigating the whole Supreme Court kerfuffles, which that's the other thing. I hate to say this, and I wish him nothing but a long life and everything else. I think they are going to replace quite a few of the old Supreme Court when Trump gets in there, if he's got the House and Congress. I think we're going to see them step down, much the way we just saw Ketanji Brown Jackson come in. I think they're going to do the same thing if Trump has it. And that means Clarence Thomas will be gone. Who else is getting long in the tooth? I think all of them kind of learned from what's her name passing away in office, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, her passing away, and then Donald Trump getting to appoint an extra Supreme Court justice on his 3 scoops or whatever. Yeah, I think whoever's behind it. Well, that's one of those things that came out too. I don't know if you guys saw this. So you know how like I think it's what is it? It's Vanguard, BlackRock, and I can't remember the other one. How they're pretty much in control of like trillions of dollars and all this and what have you. It turns out that they get a different rate from our government, from our oh god, what the hell's it called? Um, Not World Economic Forum. Our come on, what is it? The Federal Reserve. They get a different percentage when they borrow from the Federal Reserve than the American people. So if the American people have to pay, you know, 8.9% interest or something like this on a loan, they only have to pay 1.5. And that's why they control so much stuff is because they're getting that better rate. So if that's the case, that's got to get changed too. They got to get rid of that. State Street, yeah, thank you. That's the other one. So if they change that over, the other thing is it's going to be interesting to see if they come to a way to get eliminate our income tax and go to tariffs again, like McKinley did back in the day. Not McKinney, McKinley. Oh goodness, that's going to be interesting. I just looked up a paint scheme to see what I'm doing with his face. Definitely going to be rough. I have to really look at it deep to see the teeth and everything in there. So much paint. Pepto Bismol color. Poor Jesus. I don't want to mess up your face there, buddy Christ. Don't want to mess up your hairline either, but the brown should cover it over. uh, I'm 50-50 on if they're actually going to be able to change, if they're actually going to effectively be able to change the tax system. Now, if the Republicans get what a lot of people are hoping for is that Trump for 4 years, Vance for 8 years, or whatever, if that happens, then they can change the tax system in that time. I think they have to do that very slowly and very carefully. Otherwise, they will crash our economy. I think that things will go tits up if they're not careful with it. And then I'm not going to lie, if you screw that up, that's going to be game over for the Republicans in any kind of control for a very long time. But there is a way of changing over the tax system. There is a way to get rid of taxes and find revenue. Everything kind of runs in conjunction at this point, in my opinion. So, in order to cut back our taxes, what that means is they have to cut back government. In order to cut back government, they're going to have to find the fraud, waste, and abuse in it. So, you're going to need all these things to walk in conjunction, chew bubblegum, and work together and reduce the size of our federal government, cut back on certain bullshit. Redundancies is a big one. You don't need the Ministry of Taxation and the IRS operating at the same time, or whatever the hell. Use whatever example you want. You don't need two of the same thing running at the same time, paying double the amount of people, giving them full, government things and all this. You need to get rid of that in order for them to transition over to like a smaller government, like a slimmed down government. Once you do that, you don't need as many taxes to keep the government running. If anything, that's when you start paying off national debt. The problem I see is that you've got to get away from a dollar based on basically how somebody feels that day and get to it being based on something. Now, what that something is, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, but I think it goes more than fraud, waste, and abuse, Dark. I think it's also all about the redundancy. I think I think Elon Musk is the perfect guy for it because of Twitter. Twitter is a perfect example. They fire off 2/3 of the entire company. Well, actually, I think they fired off like a third of the company, and then another third quit on their own. Was like, we find this to be bullshit and reprehensible. We quit. And he was just like, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Everybody leaves, and look what you're left with. You're left with a company that slimmed down, is making money, operating the same way, and you've got 2/3 less people there. Like the jobs numbers, the growth has either been illegal immigrants the entire time under Biden, has been either jobs coming back from COVID, government jobs, or jobs for illegal immigrants. Like we need to get it where it's that balances back out to the American public getting jobs that they want or jobs that can sustain them and their family. Like, and there's got to be some way of fixing it. Has to be some way of fixing it that makes half-ass sense. I mean, it would have been made more sense if they just never went to a Federal Reserve. if they had just left it on gold standard or what have you. But they decided to switch all that up in what, the 30s? You know, income tax wasn't supposed to be a permanent thing. Income tax was supposed to be a temporary thing, and ended up getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then the government kept expanding more and more. And you've got to maintain, you got to feed that monster now. That's, I think regulations is another one. They need to cut the shit out of them. And I mean, I'm not going to lie either. I wouldn't be opposed to RFK going in and environmentally checking stuff for where they're drilling for oil and gas and stuff to make sure you're not wiping out something vital to the environment. Yeah, and I agree, Sheree. I think that's right. I think you're correct there. I think that you could cut down a lot of this stuff. Let me ask you that, guys. That well, here you go. Here's something for you. Has anybody ever lost a job and had to go on unemployment in the chat? Have you ever lost a job and gone on unemployment? Nothing against it. Not like, taking the piss out of anybody, but have you ever had to? Two times. Okay. Right. I have never collected a dime of unemployment, even though I bought into it. I even tried at one point to get unemployment and couldn't get it. And they told me to call back in like 2 or 3 months. And I had to go take a job just so that I could sustain myself because I had quit my other job and was like, well, I can always file for my unemployment. And they're like, well, you can't collect it because you quit. You're going to have to call back in 2 or 3 months. I'm like, excuse me? So, yeah, I've never had a dime of unemployment paid out to me. Right. And there you go. Your husband did years ago, right? But that's just it. So for somebody like me, like, why are you taxing me for unemployment if I can't get it when I actually needed it? I was between jobs for like I said, they wanted me to call back in like 3 months. Well, a month later, I had a new job. I had started a new job. So that unemployment was completely wasted. Like, I couldn't go file for it because I'm already earning again. So, but if it had taken me up to that point, I would have been in the gutter broke. Like, it's fucked up. So why are you taking money out of my pocket when I can't have my money back when I actually need it? Sosek? Yeah, well, fair enough, Paul. Um, yeah, Sosek. My whole thing is this: there's going to come a point where that becomes untenable too, where there's not enough people paying into it. So then what? Do you move the age up? Like, so now you got to make it older where people retire, or do you just say that's it? That's the cutoff. Everybody paid into this for 20 years of your life. We're cutting it off the day you turn like 65, and you lose all that money you dropped in there. Like, they have to reform it and figure out how to do it. And if not, they could also do it this way. And I'm not saying this would work or not, but instead of automatically taking your social security out, you can opt. I would rather keep more in my check and not collect social security when I'm older because I'm smart enough to invest that shit myself. That's money in my pocket. I can invest it in the stock. I can invest it in this. I can invest it in that and let people go their own way with it. And if they get older and they have no money, well, you can't really blame anybody but yourself. Well, he'll look better when he's done. I'm, I had to do the layer coating on him. So he had to go pink to a more flesh tone color and then a darker flesh tone color on that because of the bleed through. because the black was overtaking his actual. But yeah, he does kind of look like Dan Crenshaw. But yeah, that's why, because I've got to catch him up. Although I am a little disappointed. I need to see because I had a second one around here. Where's the other? Where's my other buddy? Christ. Oh, shit. See if I can grab him without knocking over 20 things. Nope, he had retard foot on this one too. Look at that. So it wasn't actually my printer. I thought my 3D printer screwed up on the foot. It didn't. It's just it had messed up. It was a messed up in the design. Whoever sculpted this out messed up his right foot because he looks like he's got a club foot. Unless he's really got them funky toes. But yeah, I think that's part of the problem with, well, I don't know. Printing tons of money is definitely the biggest part of our problem. People mismanaging their money is a whole nother matter altogether. One of the other things I'd like to see is a government option for healthcare as well as a normal option for healthcare. And then I think you could opt into the government option, or you can say, no, I want my own health care and my own doctors and stuff like that. And then you just get people who do it that way, but always have a backup with that. I think that's smart. I think that makes sense. I don't understand why we don't do that to begin with. But then again, I'm also an idiot, so don't take my advice. I'm probably dead nuts wrong on it, to be honest with you. And we should just have like single payer or government or whatever. I just know this much. People always, I hate it when they do this too. They start talking about the European healthcare system and how well that shit works, or Canada or whatever. And the fact of the matter is, they don't triage in those events, in those cases. So people are waiting for, a month to be seen in the emergency room or something. Like, you're dead basically by the time they get to you. It's terrible. It does not work. Do, do, do. But yeah, we all there's always going to be something. Always going to be something. Nobody really trusts the government either. They're going to have to fix that somehow. And I don't know how you fix that. How do you change the government over where it's a trusted entity again, where you don't feel like they're trying to get you at every curve? How do you get past stuff like, the people that are obsessed with UFOs saying the government has UFOs and they're holding them against us? Because I mean, even if they open up all the doors and they don't have any UFOs, how are they supposed to prove it if they don't have? How do you prove something that you don't have? Cool. Have a good night. You have yourself a good one, Paul. Don't put any blueprint parts on your ship before sleep because it will sink. Just a heads up. That's what I get for using craft paints. Yeah, and honestly, that's dark. That's a lot of inside baseball to anybody else who's watching or whatever about Paul with his blueprinted ships parts. But God honest truth, every time. So the game we used to all play together, Atlas, you you could find blueprints so you upgrade the quality of your boat. And anytime he would put on anything of blueprint to it or whatever, his boat would sink for some reason. Every time. Like, and it would be weird stuff. Like one time there's this huge boss battle called the Kraken battle, and you actually have to sail in, you fight a Kraken and all this stuff. And good old Paul, he had never done it. We're taking him to do it. All of us are on his boat. He gets halfway into where the Kraken is, and when the Kraken summons, it blocks everybody from going into sailing in there to, so this way you're not getting interrupted while you're fighting. Well, Paul gets his boat halfway in, and the Kraken activates, and his boat gets stuck in the bubble. So he can't go in, and he can't pull out, and he can't actually fight the Kraken, and ended up losing his ship. That one was still like we kept that ship alive for like I think 15 minutes out of the half-hour battle with all the heaviest stuff hitting us too. It was hysterical. Yeah, and then we had another buddy who had like, I mean, you're talking we had like 10, 20,000 people playing this game or whatever. And our one buddy Twisted had the best cannons in the entire game that were ever found. And he parked his boat at this one island to go give an FU to to this other clan that we had knocked offline, and he claimed their island, and he jumped over, and when he jumped back his boat had sunk. And the reason it sunk was because a crow landed on the deck of his boat and counted as a crew member. And if you have too many crew members on a boat, then the ship starts sinking slowly. So by the time he got there and got back, his ship was sunk by a bird. Definitely a fun time in that game, though. Definitely, like just because of funny stuff like that. And then, as of course, as guys, we don't let that stuff go. So for months, we'd break Paul's balls about losing his boat to Kraken battle. Like, hey, Paul, you want to go fight the Kraken? Hey, Twisted, I'm breeding crows. How many do you need on your boat? Don't you put those crows on my ship? I'll kill you guys. I hate those damn things. Like, just funny stuff. Funny stuff. But you definitely develop really good friendships out of it, and definitely reliance on one another. You build a trust. One of those good things about video games. Like, not all of them are evil or stupid. You can actually learn some lessons, life lessons from them. Like, life lessons are what they are. Poor Sheree. I'm sorry. By the way, Sheree, I apologize. I threw that moderator status on you. I didn't even let you know. I apologize for that. I figured you'd be all right with it. Yeah, it'd be cool to fix that game and actually like set it back a few years and then build from there or do it the right way. Just like classic. Like I said, same thing with World of Warcraft. I can't stand the new World of Warcraft is like so stupid easy. I was like, what is this crap? But then that classic version of it, that's the old like 20-year ago version of it. I'm having a blast playing it. I'm like, this is difficult. It's hard. I can't just walk through everything and level up super fast. Yeah, I know, Sheree. I still feel like I was kind of rude there because, I I'm not gonna lie at all. I kind of saw that whole shit with Bina playing out kind of the way it did, um, which is fine. I knew that. I kind of figured that was coming, but it was just more the point. I didn't even say, "Hey, Sheree, you know what? Yeah, because well, you know how the chat is. You don't have to do shit in mine. Like you don't have to like annihilate somebody for saying a cuss word or like, hey, you're going too far or anything like this. You don't have to like repeat yourself in there. You can just watch the show and chill and you just have a wrench next to your name. But yeah, I was just like, yeah, there's one other person I completely trust when it comes to this moderation shit, and that would be Sheree. And you're here anyway, so might as well. Bean stays for, a chunk of the show, but she's got work in the morning, stuff like that. You usually stay till the end. Most times anyway, unless you've got something to do or I'm going really late on a paint job, which I kind of hate doing to people because like Paul would probably stick around later, but work in the morning. It's just that I got to find some kind of time to. What do you guys think? What is the best time that I should stream? Should I stream earlier? Should I stream later? Should I stream different days? Like, what should I do? Should I only make it one day a week instead of two? This kind of thing. All right, so we got the skin fixed. Now it's time to do hair, do gold, then touch everything up, and I'm done. Yeah, WoW is kind of like WoW Classic is how the old school WoW was. Like I think I've been playing for like 2 weeks and I'm like level 28 or something. Like I'm not even pushing towards 30 yet. Oh ho ho. That's what's going on with this. Okay, that makes a little more sense. So that's yellow. This is yellow fold in here. Oh man. Oh, I have kind of botched, but I didn't botch. Which means one, two, buckle my shoe. This would be yellow there. Person who made this design took liberties with it. Although, why is the hair? Let me see something. What does the Buddy Christ figure the other one look like? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, it's the same way. So I've got to fix stuff on the paint job. Okay. Turns out I don't know, Dark. I'd have to look. On the classic version, I'm not sure. Yeah, not Wednesday or Saturday, Sheree. You're 100% right. Like, even if I'm not watching ABL anymore, I'm not going to counter program or any of that stuff. You know what I mean? Even Alien tonight or yesterday, when I was talking to him and he was like, yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow night or whatever. I'm like, okay, well, I'll give you a shout out on my show and tell people anybody who wants to go late night, go watch him or whatever, go watch him. Just because I think it's a nice thing to do. Like, I don't have to be a dick like that. He goes on much, much later than me and stays on much, much later than me. Yes, I'm playing hardcore. That's what I am playing. I initially like the one dude Frogzilla. I know him in real life, and I was gonna go play with him. I think him and his buddies are busy, like he's in a clan and all that stuff, and what have you. And I think they're just playing regular mode. And I started playing regular mode, like I said, and got quite bored fast. It's like, yeah, this is kind of boring. Like it was too easy. Like I went from level 0 to or 1 or whatever to level 70 maxed out within 4 days. Like I was like what is this? This is simplistic. Why the hell is this always ketchup mustard time too whenever I paint something? Something I would like to know. Yeah, I rarely catch them. I drop into aliens' lives. I'll say, "Hey, man, have a good stream. Dropping a like here for you." So he gets my like on his video, and then I basically watch for a little bit. And if he's really going into something that I'm hardcore interested in, I'll stick around. If not, I like say, "Have a good night" or whatever. Have a good stream, and then I bounce out. His streams, I some stuff I like, some stuff I don't. Some stuff, but it's the whole thing that he puts forth that effort. He wants to be a streamer. He wants to be that guy that, this is his living and he makes his living off of YouTube. That's definitely not my vision. If it was, I would be doing shit like other streamers do to get more views, get popular or whatever. I don't. I just do this as a casual chill stream. Maybe I'll tease the hell out of somebody. Maybe I'll joke around. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll be dead serious all night. Depends. I mean, so far, I think for the most part, I just joke. I definitely joke around. Some people can take those jokes, some people can't. And that's okay either way. Nothing on them. See, like something about this. Would that be yellow all the way up there too? It's so weird the way this is done. So I'm looking at the paint job on the original, and like certain stuff, if you're looking at the picture, it doesn't line up right. Like this all goes yellow, and then there's going to be a gold ring that goes around this. Just like I said, ketchup mustard. I don't know why everything always turns into like yellow red or gold on red. This actually has like a gold ring to it. And then all these infolds, like in here, that's all yellow too when I look at the picture. So I don't know what the deal is with that. I mean, it does give it a little bit more dimension, but I don't know why it's always got to be ketchup mustard time. Maybe I was better off painting a rake and some other like mythical creature, like a griffin or something. I think I went too far with the yellow too. Yeah, have a good night, dude. Take your time unloading those muskets. You never know. You never know. But yeah, thank you for dropping in, Dark. It's great seeing you. You need to get running too, Sheree, or are you in for a little while? I do feel I do feel bad though, dumping another wrench on you. Now you're going to start feeling like a toolbox with all these wrenches. You're good too, like that's fine. I mean, it'll be interesting because the last end of the stream, if everybody's out, then that means I'm just sitting here painting the Buddy Christ, and I don't even know if I'll be talking. Maybe I'll just be quiet for the day for a half hour after that, unless like somebody like six all of a sudden just shows up out of nowhere. Total tool. Jeez. Yeah, well. Yeah, you don't strike me as somebody who gets offended very easy, Shrek. But then again, I also remember you've raised a lot of boys, so kind of used to it, right? I know. I know it was funny because my wife knows more about comic books, comic book grading, and all this stuff than I do, right? Like she's super nerd when it comes to that stuff. And I'm talking to my one buddy Shadow, who's informing me what's going on with our other buddy Bones, who wrapped the motorcycle around the tree, right? Wrecked his dad's bike. So he's informing me or whatever. And then Shadow starts to tell me about his comic book collection, which, it's like, it's like a $3,500 collection or whatever. I've got like 40, 50 grand in books in the back room. Like, it's nothing to me. I've collected them my whole life. So I'm just like, yeah, and just letting him talk his smack. Well, he said something and, about his comics being worth X. And she was in the background listening to the conversation. He goes, well, like, did you tell him about your books, how much they're worth? And he's like, mine are Silver Age, sweetie, or something like that, or honey. And like, my wife got furious about it, and I couldn't understand. I just like it didn't register in my brain. I'm like, look, he's talking smack because he thinks he's got something in his comic collection. And then I went back to my comics and showed it to him, and it was funny because he like shows me a box of comics, and it's like a milk crate's worth from like the 90s. And then I pull out my Fantastic Four number 27 and 28 from 1963 or whatever the hell. And then I have like file cabinets back there, comic books that are like way older than I am, even. And I just like, I'm like, so I embarrass him basically. And she's still just mad at me. She's like, how come you didn't correct him and all this stuff? And I'm like, look, You know, I did. I embarrassed him, but you didn't let me embarrass him the way you felt was appropriate because, you should have told him I know more than he does. I did tell him that, but then I had to show him why. Like, you missed that part. Why don't you, like understand this? It was just funny. Whole situation just funny, but it all works out that I'm the asshole, so it's all good. I didn't understand. And honestly, I should not have put that red there because I just started painting that damn red there and realized that that red doesn't go there. That is actually all white. This thing is wonky the way you paint it. These colors fade through one way or another, and it's pissing me off. Oh, this is why the Buddy Christ is a rough one. Why, Buddy Christ, you're supposed to be my friend. You were supposed to make this easy for me. And instead, you made things so much more difficult. Granted, I'm at least getting that heavy black that's underneath to disappear and get more of a bright reddish tone across the board. So yellow goes in there. That's actually all fucking white. Damn it. Going over something in white again is going to be rough, especially on a red. Well, it's not even just the wavy stuff. Like, if you're looking at the picture in the bottom right, because this cuts through here and then goes to the yellow, you would think this part here would be yellow too. So it's the flow of it. So therefore, I was like, okay, well then the red's got to come over here so the yellow can start here. And then I looked up after I painted the damn red and went, oh, wait a minute. No, that's not the way the flow of the color is going. Like, what am I doing to myself? I'm kicking myself in the nuts and telling myself it's Tuesday. What the hell? What am I thinking? I can tell you this much, though, Sheree. I am shocked with how quiet everything has been. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop for some reason. Like, I'm waiting for not the world to just like catch fire all of a sudden, but for people to freak out, and maybe they're waiting until the weekend when they're off work. Like, what's going on here? Like, I feel like there wasn't enough outrage this time for some reason. Is it bad that I've started to associate politics and specifically elections with high levels of rioting, high levels of badness? Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, no pallets of bricks delivered anywhere. Like, I know there was some kind of riots going on in Chicago where people were pissed, or Illinois or whatever, but who cares? They're always rioting about one thing or another, so it doesn't really matter. Like, doesn't even make the news anymore. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you might have a very good point there. Maybe it is just a stage of grief. Are they in the acceptance stage then? Is that what's going on? Because let's hope. Because if they're just accepting it and going, yep, well, it's over. Our side lost. I know this. This was disappointing to me. I uh I watch, I try to watch smaller YouTubers if I can help it, and try and boost them. Like I always say, when I'll sit here and talk about a guy with a million views like ABL and how I watch his show. But then I'll also say I watch Black Anomaly Rising, who only has like 357,000 people or something like this. Like, he's not exactly tiny, but he's definitely smaller than ABL or Tim Pool, or, one of these bigger political commentaries. And they still put out amazing content. Like, some of these up and comers are going to be big time eventually. Like, I can see Black Anomaly Rising being the next Tatum or ABL or what have you. Um, I had one guy. So I watch stuff for my wrestling, because honestly, the couple of shows, I can't even bother watching them. Like, not even the YouTube clips, none of that stuff. I'm like, whatever. I'll just watch one of my review shows where the guy's telling you what happened in the match and all that. And it was this one kid, and the channel, like, his name was ALYX, Alex, black younger kid, um, with like a 5'6" head. He didn't even have a 4 head. He had a 5 or 6 head, dreads, and all this other stuff. And I've watched him since WrestleMania. So, what, last April or May or whatever it is. And I've been watching him, and he's got like maybe 20,000 viewers, subscribers, or what have you. And he does live casts after like every Wednesday. So I go watch him after I'm done watching ABL a lot of times. I'll put him on in the background or whatever. Well, I popped him on last night, and he started off the show with, this show is going to be so hard to do and like all this stuff. And I'm like, oh shit, somebody in his family died or something. Like he was just like, but I know this hurt a lot of other people way more, a lot too. Other people are hurting, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to push through these reviews and all this. And I'm like, already in my head is like, well, did his mom die? His dog die? Did what's the deal here? Like shit, he must have had a loss in the family or something. He goes, and I know there's so many of you that are hurting about the results of the election. And I was like, motherfucker, what? Like, just what did you say? Like, you're treating this like somebody shot your parent. So I typed in the chat, I was like, I came here for wrestling, a fun time, and to get away from everything. And instead, I get your take on politics when you're reviewing wrestling. You're supposed to be, and like, honestly, you're a little bitch about it on top of it. Fuck you, I unsubscribe. And like, I typed all that in the chat and then unsubscribed and turned it off, and I will never watch him again, because it wasn't that he was a leftist. It was just how he was a little bitch about his candidate losing the election. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, how are you? It's a fucking election. Somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to lose. There's always going to be another day. People would have been upset if Trump lost, but I was full willing. Like, Devin had messaged me and said, hey, would you mind streaming on Wednesday if ABL, like, the election doesn't go right and ABL doesn't stream? Absolutely. I was going to unbox my 3D printer on Tuesday if we needed it for a break from election coverage, but everything was going in the favor of most of the people I know. So I didn't need to, because nobody was really upset about it. But even then, you take your lumps, you get up like a man, and you just keep going. Or you get up like a woman and keep going. But it's literally like you're watching the terrible part is this. And I don't think I would have been offended if I was turning on a cooking channel or something like this. But I'm turning on a channel about simulated combat between two people, grown ass men in their underwear beating the shit out of each other, to find out who beat whichever one's ass worse this week, and what the storyline is, like a male soap opera. And I don't need to watch somebody who's all in their feelings about Kamala Harris losing. Like, especially when it's somebody that you're probably like, okay, cool. Tell me two of her policies that you really were voting for here, my guy, while she was black and a woman. That's it? Like, what about her policies? You can't name two because she never listed two, because she sucks at life. That's 110%, Sheree. Like, I wasn't happy that Donald Trump lost an election. I wasn't happy Joe Biden won an election. But you know what? It was like, well, shit. And you just keep going, because it's all going to be okay eventually. You're going to figure it out. You're going to factor it out. Everything's going to work out. And it's fine to be upset that your candidate lost, but to just scream at the fucking moon because, oh my God, like I said, I thought like his dog died or something, and he was not gonna, like, I can't focus on the stream. My dog died. Like, what? Like, what are you saying, my guy? Like, what are you saying? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's somebody. Were you like dating Kamala Harris and she broke up with you because she lost the election? Like, What are we doing here? Because legitimately, like, that means that you obviously know not enough about politics to realize that they are lying about, Donald Trump in 90% of cases, that he is not Hitler, that, the world isn't going to end because you lost an election. Yeah, like my aunt, like I said, my grandmother chimed in when my aunt had some choice words for Trump because my grandmother she's a Reagan Republican. And she was like, what are you saying about him and all this? And I had to chime in the middle. And I was like, look, it's an opinion. It's okay. You can choose to love your family over hate, and divisiveness. Find unity in this moment. Find the things that we agree on. Stop focusing on the shit you disagree on. Is it terrible and tragic that you lost one of your legs? Yes. Well, they can get you a prosthetic for it, and you still got the other leg. Be glad it wasn't both of them, or there's something to this extent. But it's not even that fucking serious. Like, it's not. Shit's just not that serious. It'd have been serious if all of a sudden, like, the Gestapo, like, Herr Trump has won. Send the Gestapo to their houses. Drag the reporters out into the street. We will put them in internment camps. Jawohl. If shit was like that, Trump wouldn't have won the election. Like, nobody would have voted for him. I wouldn't have voted for him. Fuck that. Both my grandparents fought a world war over that shit. Like, come on now. What are we talking about here? Like, get it together, people. Like, as a Polak whose grandparent, you know what I mean? Technically, we're talking about, everybody talks about their ancestry or whatever. If you look at my ancestry, they were fucking slaughtered by fucking not just the Nazi party, but also by Russians too after. Like, come on now. I'm not pissed at anybody. I don't hold it against you for being German or whatever. Like, that didn't affect me. I'm an American. I was born in fucking New Jersey. What the fuck do I know? That's You can look back to your family and lineage and find some of the worst shit in history no matter who you are, or on one side or the other. Just just figure out, like, move forward, be happy. Be happy that we live in a world where we got clean running water and friends, and I can get on the internet and talk shit. Nice. German great grandmother. Awesome. You know? Um, like, be happy. We're at a point in the world where you can argue something like there's only two sexes and stuff like this. Like, look at the bright side. You have the freedom to speak your mind. Nobody comes and locks you up for speaking your mind like they do even over in fucking Britain at this point. Unless you're Danny Boss, then they come arrest you right away. You know? And I don't blame Danny Boss for his take on certain shit. I just, I don't want it upsetting other people. Calm down. Read your room, buddy. Read the room. But at the same point in time, like, it's not the end of the world. Everything will be good. Everything that's broken can be fixed, even if it takes a long time. Yeah. And that's just it. I feel the same way, Sheree. I am highly, I am blessed to have people with differences of opinion and be able to have conversations with them and, actually speak my mind, be who I am. If you don't like me, you don't like me. That's okay. That's fine. I've rubbed people the wrong way a lot. I have in my life. As long as you're not saying I said something that I didn't. Like if you're like, oh well, you called Biden an asshole, you're damn right I did. Now what? You know, like it just you can have differences of opinion. It's one of the amazing things about this place. That's why it all works. Oh, see, I can't see anybody fucking hating you, Sheree. Like that's to me, that would be wild to see somebody like I hate that woman. You're nice to everybody, even the people that you really don't want to be nice to. You've always been nothing but nice as far as I can see. I mean, hey, maybe I'm wrong, and undercover you're really like, "Rrr," but yeah, I don't see it. I don't see you being mean to anybody. Like even Shaquille Oatmeal, you're pretty damn nice to, and you don't even like him. So I don't get it. And you know what? But I'm fine with that. One of the people I respected the most that I ever worked, well, actually, I respected a lot of my bosses because they were the ones that were always the same way. I had this one boss, his name was Rick. And Rick was an awesome guy. I still talk to him here and there. And Rick would come in, and the corporate mandate was that you got to fire your two lowest performing employees, right? He would walk in and be like, look, this is what the corporate mandate is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I feel this is bullshit, but this is what the corporate. I can respect that. I can respect when you're saying this is what the corporate mandate is, and I have to follow the rules because it's my goddamn job. Here's how I truly feel about it, but we got to do it. I can respect that. You told me the truth. You didn't like, you always said, I'm not going to candy coat it. I'm not going to candy coat it. And thank God he did, because he always told me exactly the real deal. Yeah. And well, I'm kind of the same way. Like, I mean, you have to look no further than when it was like, somebody says something and I just look at it and go, that's dumb. Like, what are you talking about? Like, my mouth goes before my brain goes, well, you could phrase that better or say it where you're not sounding like a dick. And then it's like, yeah, but it's dumb too. Yes. And that's where I'm kind of at with it too, Shirai, where it is. I'm lying. I'm putting out a fake version of myself. Like that's part of my problem. That's part of the reason why at times I question like, was live streaming a good idea? Because some of the shit that comes out of my mouth isn't always nice. Definitely isn't always nice. It isn't always PC. It isn't always like you said. The dude said he was a furry, and when I typed in what I said, which was, did he say fucking fury or furry? You were like, I could hear your voice saying that because like that's just my gut reaction to it. Like that's exactly how I felt. I have that problem of sometimes I'm a little too honest. Sometimes I'm not sugarcoating my stuff, you know? It's the same thing with the whole damn peanut, the squirrel thing. Like, think it's terrible they killed the guy's pet. At the same point in time, I also see the guy as the asshole for not getting his pet registered and shot and getting the shots so they knew he didn't have rabies so they didn't have to do what they did to him. Still don't think they should have taken his pet, but at the same point in time, it goes back to that boss with that policy. This is our policy. You violated it. Now what? Well, now, unfortunately, you have to pay some kind of penalty for it. Unfortunately, it was the loss of his animal. But also, don't hang a squirrel off your dick while you're doing OnlyFans after showing it to kids. Not the dick, the squirrel. Yeah, I mean, I can say something stupid and apologize for it. You know what I mean? And I can apologize, and you can tell me to jam the apology up my ass, or you don't care. But I'm at least being honest. And I think that's the more important thing in most situations is if you're honest, you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, well, at least I told you, even if it was spur of the moment, I, you know, I, I can say I'm sorry and mean I'm sorry. Or I can say, yeah, I thought this was foolish or nonsense or a lie or whatever, and explain to you why. I can fully valsalva, yeah, this is why. I think I've said this before. One of the things that is a death sentence, if I ever said it to my wife, is I don't know. Why did you do that? I don't know. That sentence is unacceptable in my house. Like that'll get you killed. Like she didn't even accept that shit from my children. Why did you eat all the cookies? I don't know. That would be it. Why did you eat all the cookies? Because I wanted to. Okay, well that's at least an answer. I can accept that. But I don't knows never passed the smell test here. Everybody does something for a reason or says something for a reason. So those I don't knows don't really you can't get away with it in my house. So I always have to have well, this is why, and just be honest. That's why I'm still married. I think if I started hitting my wife with a whole bunch of I don't knows, you guys would either find me floating in the ocean somewhere or I'd be divorced. Work out one way or the other. Damn, it was easier to just leave his hair black, I think. But nope. By the book. By the book. Yeah, I know you. Well, that's just it. You would completely agree with her because you're an honest person. Some people need to be coddled. Some people need to be told that they're awesome 24/7 or, you know, um, and that's fine. That's just the type of person they are. Some people need just raw truth, though. And I'm more like that. Like, just tell me the raw truth. Tell me to go fuck myself. I'll accept that better than I will you saying, no, you're my good friend, and then stabbing me dead nuts in the back and, everything. At least tell me, like, hey, go to hell. I'm all right with that. Just, just don't lie to me. I think that's the real key. Because it's kind of a form of cowardice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my wife is she's my rock. She's also the one that will beat the ever loving shit out of me. Haven't you noticed, like, out of the people that like beans, I'm like, here, you like you guys got the moderator status. I've known Dark for 6, 7 years now at this point in the game. And I never once said, hey, Dark, here's moderator status. There's a reason for that. You guys are anchors. Well, and I don't mean like anchors in you hold me back or some shit, but you guys see stuff different than guys do. And you're pretty honest about it. So if I start to go off the chain and you scream, it's the same way I said this before about ABL chat. If Beans was a moderator in ABL and I said something, she said, Gam, you went too far with it. I'd be like, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to go that far because I know your guys are coming from a place of goodness. Like I said, and that's why I brought up that whole Denisha thing that happened last night where it was like, oh, well, you went too far with that or something. And I'm like, the fuck I did. If I did, then I'm pretty sure Sheree would have told me to shut my cake hole, you know? So it was like, Beans was just like, I don't want to be your moderator anymore. Okay, Beans, no problem. No, not a worry. Appreciate you being the moderator for a little bit there for me. Thank you very much. And Sheree, here you go. You want this shit? And if you had said, no, I don't want this, then I would have been like, okay, well, then I just won't have a moderator for a while. But you were cool with it, so here we are. Because I know you'll keep me dialed in. And that's why one of the things that bothered me the most with the last campaign or, like with this past election and Kamala losing the thing, I'm sure there were people that were misogynistic and all this stuff. But I don't mind having a female president. Just make sure she's one that has the ability to do the job well. Make sure that it's somebody that, actually has a principled stance, like some kind of policy isn't going to lead us down a path of sorrow or war or anything. It's actually going to make things better. And I don't really care. I don't care what color. I don't care what sex. Just give me the best person for the job. And yeah, she was not it. Yeah, I can't blame you for tuning out of certain chats on ABLs. Like there's too many different little in chats going on usually at the same time, to be honest with you. Like if we're being realistic, you get different people talking about different things. Every now and again I'll see fighting. Although I almost pissed myself last night because I don't know what happened and I don't know if you caught it, but something happened when Alien called in. And the one girl, Amanda, I knew. I was like, is that Amanda from your chat? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, hey, what's up? Because I've seen her in his chat before or whatever. But somebody was like, okay, next caller when Alien was talking. And she went off. Yeah, oh yeah. And Kamala was terrible. But yeah, that Amanda girl went off last night. And I was like, damn. I was like, I don't know if she's got a thing for aliens. She's just sticking up for him or what. But man, she went the hell off. And I didn't even see what, like, if the lady said anything else, like, whoever she was yelling at had said anything else about Alien, like, called him, like, the R word or something like this. But I was like, the fact she's not banned means that she must not have said anything too terrible. Sheree would have nailed her out. But it was crazy. I was like, damn. And then somebody else hopped in on it and started admonishing the other person. Like it was definitely interesting. that's what happens. Some people get real real one way about a creator or somebody they support. Oh, okay. She said other stuff, but just not in response. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I couldn't figure. I was like, because I even scrolled up and I couldn't see it. I mean, I've said next caller about certain callers, like when they go on too long, and I've definitely taken the piss out of certain callers, F&A Ranger Xbox, I think his name is. I always call him like, SEAL Team 6 PlayStation or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Like, you can't just call up and have like a 2-second conversation or something like that. Aliens used to, and I think he even said something about it. Hey, I usually close out the show on ABL. He's usually like one of the last callers that ABL takes since Chicago PD passed away. That I still think him passing away has screwed up that show a little bit. Like it throws ABL off. Like, but what can you do? It's not like you can bring them back. Wasn't like he chose to pass away, or just like I'm gonna go over here to this other channel or some shit. He just happened to pass away. It happens to us. Happens to us all eventually. Yeah, well, it's one time I tuned in Aliens channel and like there was a lot of people on there and everybody was a fucking mod. And I'm like, what is going on with this? Like I even asked and he's like, "Oh, I'll make you a mod too." And I'm like, "No, no, no. I don't want to be a mod. I just want to know what this is all about." And he goes, "Well, there's trolls one time." And I had actually asked Mister, I want to say about it. Mister said, "Yeah, one time there was this group of trolls that hopped into his stream or whatever and just started laying into him, I guess." And I was like, "Well, that's fucked up, dude." Like, and he's like, "So everybody became a mod to kind of counterbalance any trolls that come in there, see 20 mods. Definitely throws them off." And I mean, I hate to say it this way, that's part of being, if you're going to throw yourself on social media, people are going to talk shit one way or the other about you. They're going to sing your praises to high heaven and they're going to treat you like an asshole too. So you better like make sure you got the skin thick enough to handle it. And I don't know if it got to Alien or what. I don't know because I wasn't there for it. But I don't blame him because he doesn't really go out of his way to harm anybody or, talk smack or any of that stuff. He's actually very polite and a very nice person. Yeah. And like, here's the thing, I don't give a shit. Like, you come in here, oh, your 3D prints are terrible, your painting's horrible, your commentary's horrible, you're a horrible person or whatever. Okay. Like, okay, you feel that way, that's cool and all. If you're hate watching me, thank you for watching me. I appreciate you. The only time I've got breaking points is like basically if you're picking on somebody weaker than you or what have you. My case scenario has always been like somebody's popping a lot of shit at me. Well, is it true? If it is, then I guess I'd be upset. Give me 1 minute. I gotta go walk my pup real quick. I'll be right back, Sheree. Wait, who had to do which Shaq? Oatmeal, or are we talking about Shaquille O'Neal? So with Shaq, if you're talking about oatmeal, um, yeah, like the whole thing is, I've kind of like I can pull back on him now because I realized too quick that if I go at him hard, I can tell it actually upsets him, which tells me one of two things: either I hit very soft spots on him, or it's either I hit him and it actually does hit a soft spot on him, or he does kind of like me when I joke around and stuff, and then me making fun of him hurts him. It's one of the two. And, whichever one of those two, I like try to respect it. I've tried to get a little bit more easy on Shaquille Oatmeal because he does tune in every show. He does contribute. He is part of the show, you know, stuff like that. God damn it, dog. You've got to stop going nuts. Yeah, I've tried to ease up. I mean, to be quite honest with you, if you've noticed, I don't talk or interact as much as I used to on ABL. I really don't. I'm kind of taking a step back. I guess the best way of putting it. Six get in here yet? Where is six? It's like 1 in the morning. God damn, I'm sorry, people. I didn't mean to keep everybody up late. Kind of feel bad. His first comment to you is no clowning, Sheree. Like, so he like tells you ahead of time, like, look, no joking. Yeah, I've definitely tried to ease up on him. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit. Even if he doesn't like me, I still have kind of eased up on him because I watch some of the shit other people say to him, and it's like, because they think he's saying it just to get a reaction, and I have to tell him like, no, he actually is like a Kamala supporter. He really is a Biden supporter, but he's got enough balls to stand here with the rest of us and talk shit to us. Gotta respect it. He's at least staying. It's not like he went all wishy washy because people were picking on him. You used to always get on him. Sheree, like, oh, well, you deserve this ass whooping you're about to get, son. You act like a dick, you talk like a dick, and we are going to circumcise you like a dick. Yeah, I mean, everybody had, like I said, got to hear the other side to understand why your side's right. And if you're not listening to another side of an argument and you're just going with your own argument, well, Trying to fix those little spots in his head. There we go. That doesn't look like oh shit. But yeah, I mean, and that's just it, right? Like, you're like, where the fuck were all the mods? Yeah, I haven't seen another mod outside of you in that chat room in like a week and a half, I think. It was the last time I saw one of the other mods, and they dropped in for like 5 minutes and then disappeared again. What's up with that? What's up with that? Like, what the hell's going on there? What happened to the other moderators? Well, that's helpful to be there for next month after an election cycle on a politics channel. Yeah. Yeah, so when nothing's fucking happening. Amazing. I still don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you guys don't get something monetary out of that shit for doing that stuff and dealing with some of the shit you guys got to deal with. I mean, yes, you get a thank you at the end of the show, but what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. So you're telling me when the worst goddamn people on the internet are going to be in here talking their smack and saying all kinds of shit, that's going to be the moment you disappear. That's like, hey, I'm going to have a baby. You get to raise it, change its diapers and everything. I'll be there for the play date after, okay? Deal? Have a nice one. Like, what? Yeah, I got this dog, or I got this cat. You get to clean its litter box. Let it scratch up all your furniture and everything else. I'll be by once a week, and I'll pick it up and throw the toy mouse out there for it to play with, okay? All right, cool. See you in a month. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's some bullshit. Like, I mean, I'm not going to lie a little bit. What would happen if you had stepped down as the mod? Like, you get sick of it. And you're like, you know what? I don't need this shit in my life. I'm stepping down as the mod, blah, 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 blah. Like, then what? I guess maybe to go to Bob K MIT or whatever, and then he'd be able to ask Bino on another date and block her. She said no. Is that what's going to happen here? Like, what the fuck? God damn, I got a mouth full of paint. I thought it was cigarette smoke at first. It wasn't. It's like paint fume or something. Fucked up. Rock me, rock me, sexy Jesus. Yeah, I mean that's my curiosity because Beans being the responsible person she is, when she was done being a mod for ABL, where she was the only one doing the job for a while there, she was like, "Oh yeah, Sheree taking over is perfect because she's responsible, you know, the whole 9 yards. Everybody knows her, respects her, blah 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 blah." So she made sure there wasn't somebody there. But what if Beans had just been like, "Fuck it, you know what? I'm out." You figure this shit out. You know, it's not like I'm 1099 an employee to you or a subcontractor or whatever. Like, what happens then? Then what? You just go to the community, like, would you like to be a mod? I'm like, fuck no. Can I curse? No. Well, then no. If I'm not allowed to call people assholes when they're acting like assholes, then I don't want this job. Yeah, well, that's just it. Even before you were a mod, Sheree, and that's why I say, like, when you said earlier, you're like, yeah, some people don't like me because I'm too honest and this, that, and I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, you had a whole channel full of people that full on respect you. Like, what do you mean? Like just random ass people, you know? It's not like your next door neighbors or something. They respect you because you're cool. Like you're real and you're cool. Rock me, sexy Jesus. Oh, this part's gonna suck. I need a very small fine brush. Give him his eyebrow. Oh, trust me. Like that's I mean, he said thank you, but I'm just telling the truth. So it's as unfortunate as it is that, somebody has to tell you that. It's the fucking truth. It just is. Bina was always highly, highly respected too. She was, but when Bina had said, I'm passing that mantle over to Shirai, it was like, yeah, you couldn't have picked a better person. And then, because that happened in that ABL Discord. And then one of the fun things about it was one of the immediate follow ups was Medi, I want to say, if you remember that chick. Medi was like, I think Gam would be a good moderator too. I was like, the fuck I would. What the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, she still is. Beans is one of the classics. Like, I trust her with my safety belt. I 110% trust her with my safety belt. Like, if she were to say to me, can I be a mod? Well, then I'd have two. But that's, she can also say to me, I don't want to be a mod. Okay, take it off you. You don't even have to ask nicely. You can just say, I don't want to be a mod anymore. I'll take it away. You're good. Either way, you're cool. And that was part of the reason why I was apologizing to you that I just threw it on you because it's like kind of wasn't fair. Like I should have said, "Hey, Sheree, do you want this?" And you would have said, I don't give a shit." And I've been like, "Okay, cool." Yeah, well, I'm kind of happy. I haven't seen Medi in forever. I'm not gonna lie. Like part of the reason why I like Bina so much or respect her is because I messaged Bina. Um, I had messaged Bina because Medi was saying something in that ABL shit, And I was like, yo, you know she's bullshitting right now, right? Like she's just completely full of shit. And Bina was just like, look, let her have it. Like, obviously she needs it for some reason. I don't know what that reason is, but just let her have it. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. I was like, but as long as you know it's bullshit, she could have turned around and been like, yo, Medi, Gam just told me you're full of shit. And Bina didn't. She kept it between us. Shit. I was like, there's this little bump in his eyebrow. I'm like, what the hell is that? It's a remnant of a support. I gotta redo his damn eyebrow now. Yeah, the one thing, and I'm gonna say the whole thing with Maddie, what I nailed out was that one of her photos was like filtered and either airbrushed or just filtered. And I was like, did you use a filter on this? And it was like, no. I'm like, yeah, yeah, you did. Sorry, I've been doing digital work since Photoshop came out. And yeah, when it comes to stuff like this, I can tell when somebody's bullshit. All right, we got that eyebrow fixed. I don't miss him yet. Seemed like he used to come in late and always poke me with questions. Mana General or Maga General or something like that. I don't recognize that name for some reason. Like it sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% on that one. I mean, there's people in that chat that are they're really good people. And then there's some people that I've been watching for a minute now, and I'm not going to name names just yet. I want a little bit more time, but either they're low key in there to disrupt things eventually, or I don't even know how to put it. Like I said, I got to pay attention for a little while longer and actually be paying attention to the chat instead of just half ass in and out of it. But something in there throws me off. Yeah, see, he never came at me like that. If he did, I just never paid him any mind. But usually, because I'm on PC, whenever somebody ats me, it puts like an orange box around my text, so I'm able to look at it and be like, oh, what the fuck? Like, who needs a message or who needs something? And it's usually Devin, Beans, you. Every now and again, most people just go Gam or whatever. We'll say Gam. Wow. His beard must have to come up a little bit more in the middle. Because that mouth doesn't make sense the way it's bent in one part. Then I believe he's got gold trim too, which is going to be a flippin' pain. Yeah, well, that was like, if I said Proposition 3 down in, I think it was Proposition 3 down in Florida the other day, it's something pissed me off. Florida did not legalize marijuana. They were off by 4% on their vote to legalize it for recreational sale. That would have saved me so much trouble. Wait a minute, before I do this, I need to look at my close up of this picture. I still got to do Jesus's eye and everything else. Let me see what we got. Right. Okay, so that goes all the way to the edge of his damn robes. That's what I was afraid of. Well, I mean, what were they supposed to do on abortion? Like, what did you think was going to. It's what I like to see a lot. What do you think, like, with abortion, why would that pass, or why wouldn't that pass? It's something that's happened there for a long time. Some people find it abhorrent or whatever, but it's not like if abortion passed in Alabama, hardcore, I'd be a little shocked. Further north or west you go, for the most part, it gets more and more liberal. Except for when you go far, far north, that's when it shocks me when it's not more Republican. Yeah, well, Ohio is one of those states you got to look at where you're sandwiched in between. What's around you? Who's moving to Ohio? That's another question. So like that was one of my fears at one point with South Carolina was I started seeing a lot of people from New Jersey and Pennsylvania that weren't just coming down here for their snowbirddom, like they own the snowbird house or whatever. They were actually like coming down here, and I was like, oh shit, here comes the neighborhood, basically, because having left New Jersey myself, I know what those people are like. And I say those people as in elite fucking douchebags that think everything should be the way they see it. They don't take other people into consideration and everything else. You can always tell when there's somebody from New Jersey down here in South Carolina, Kakalaki, because most of the time they're rude as shit. Like I was like that when I first got here. So I'm not faulting anybody for this, but it's just up north you get used to, yeah, well, fuck you, get out of my way. Down here it's more of a pace of let me hold that door for you, ma'am. Kind of you have manners and people, walk past you and say hello. When I got down here initially, we were walking to Walmart and like this true story, because my wife's, you know, been down here for a minute. but she's originally New Jersey too. And we're walking into a store, and dude walked past us in the parking lot, and he's like, hello, and walks past us. And I turned to my wife immediately. I'm like, yo, you know that fucking guy? What's he talking to me? Who the fuck is he talking to me? And she's like, no, no, no. What are you doing? He's just being polite. Down here, people are polite. And I was like, oh. And like, it had to sink in for a good long while that people down here are just, they're neighborly and polite. And even if they don't know you, they're going to say hi to you. Because up north, saying hi to somebody means you're probably scoping them out, especially if you don't know them, or you're going to try and come up on them and bum a cigarette or, whatever, whatever, whatever. So I was like way on guard when I first got down here. But you can always tell the people from up north that are down here for vacation or whatever. They'll go into stores. Oh, we don't have this in our Walmart. Oh, ho, ho, look at this. This is, oh. And it's like, motherfucker, that, what are you looking at? Like, and then you'll look and you'll see something. And I'm like, yo, you guys have that up north. I know because I'm from up north. You're just assholes. Like, what are we doing here, people? Yeah, well, that can be a problem because college kids, and it's gotten worse as time's gone on. When I was younger, you went to college, you gave you a better shot at a career. You went and interned somewhere. Nowadays, kids are getting fucking graduate's degrees in nothing, ending up owing a shit ton of debt and having no fucking actual education. Like, it's ass backwards the way they do it now. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, it's weird. Ohio is definitely its own microcosm. Um, but yeah, New Jersey, like, well, here you go. Because I think I've said this before. Dated this, and she was awesome. She still is awesome wherever she is. Shout out to her. Hope she's good. But I dated this short Puerto Rican girl that lived in Jamaica, Queens, New York. And when I'd go visit her, like, she'd have to call ahead because she had friends that were in the Latin Kings so that I could walk through the fucking neighborhood in the middle of the night to come visit if I wanted to go visit her. And she would make that phone call. I walked through robberies. I walked through people getting the shit beat out of them. I've walked through, like, and just kept my head down the entire time I'm walking and just paid not a bit of attention to anything going on around me because it was it's just understood, like, yo, if you poke your nose in there or hey, stop that or whatever, you're gonna get fucked up. Especially like a lily white boy from New Jersey walking into a borough of New York, like, not a smart move. Not a smart move. Definitely, there's times to play hero, and then there's times to just keep your hands in your pocket and keep it moving. So, like I said, when I came down here, that was a system shock of just people saying hi. Like, I think my one daughter said it. There's this one dude and little Spanish dude or whatever, kind of homeless or whatever. She goes, every time we drove past him, she'd wave, he'd wave back. She'd go, that guy's probably the local pedophile, but he's still going to be polite and wave to you. It's like complete scumbag, but you know what? Even he's got manners and just wants to say hi. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Funny things I've learned with my daughter. One of them is that apparently Brian Adams at 3 o'clock in the morning when I drive her to work, he never had another hit. The only hit he ever had was Summer '69 because that's the only song they ever play by him. Just little things. But yeah, I did. I always thought that was hysterical. She goes, and you know, we all waved back to that man, even though he's probably the local pedophile, because it would be impolite to not wave back because he just wants to say hello. He won't hurt any of us because we all know him and we accept him for who he is. I was like, God damn, that's definitely some Southern hospitality, as they call it. I think I had said this before. I know somewhere down here there was a German U-boat that pulled up in this town, and it was like at the end of World War II or something like that, and they opened the top to the sub as they came up. And the townspeople were so shocked by the submarine and everything, they started bringing them food and everything else. And here they abandoned the Nazi army and just joined the town. Like legit, just bailed out on Das Fuhrer and joined the town. Now, let me tighten up the white. Does he have? I gotta look. I gotta look and see if there's gold around this yellow band. I think there might be. Yep, that's exactly what it is. All right, so loop of gold around that. Damn, he's almost done. The only problem is with this yellow and how light the gold pigment is. It's hard to see the band transitions between the two of them. Might be easier to see it on the camera, believe it or not, because of the lighting. I think my daughter will get a kick out of this, though. She's a good kid. She definitely got my light. I'm a much darker person than when I was younger. I used to come into a room and lighten it up. Now I'm kind of more like, yep, past the beer nuts there. Okay. Close the loop. Yeah, it needs more lower. There we go. All right. I think there's white I've got to fix. Matter of fact, I know there's white I've got to fix. Then I got to do his eyeball. But I think the Buddy Christ is almost done. Yeah, well, there was a point in my life where I couldn't walk across the room without stepping over 10 people to go to the bathroom. Because of the parties I would throw and everybody crashing there and all that stuff. And nowadays, it's if anybody's even in my space for like 5 minutes, I get twitchy. Like it's crazy. Like, I don't even want people around me really anymore. Um, the most I really talk to people outside of like if I'm playing a game or what have you. Like Smurf's a good example. I'll get a hold of Smurf every now and again and just sit down and have a whole talk with him for like 5, 6 hours. But as far as just normal ass people being around me, I don't I don't do it anymore, like at all. I don't hang out with friends. I don't go visit family. I don't go visit friends. I don't do any of that. I just keep to myself and my little small part of the world. Stay away from the public as much as possible, which is crazy because I used to work retail and I was decent at it. I was pretty awesome with customer service stuff like this. God damn, I got 60 views on this. This is crazy. It's always wild to me how many people actually do tune in and watch it or watch this show. I'm not gonna lie. I was joking around with, I think it was NKM last night, and I was telling him, I'm like, yeah, I got like 50 subs or whatever, because we were joking about what's his name's play button. I was like, at least he's got the subs or what have you. I got like 50 subs, and it was just funny. Like we were both laughing about it. So he was like, yeah, I got 3 subs, but then again, I don't stream or put videos up. I'm like, well, shit. I will tell you this much though. If I ever got a sponsorship from anybody, I would hope it would be Elegoo. I mean, thank you, Sheree. I don't know if I'm doing great. I'm doing all right. I mean, I'm happy with the people that I have in here, and that's all that really matters. Um, I'm happy that guys like Dark, right? When we stopped playing the one game, I haven't heard from him in 2 years. Like he disappeared. He had to go back to work because of current administration coming in. Stuff like this, where I've lost touch with some people, and then they've come here and I catch up with them. Like my one buddy, I think it's Forever Demonetized or whatever. I think that's what he changed his name to after the first time he was in here. I haven't seen him or talked to him since high school, and he was a really good dude back then. But he, like, legit, I know he watches it after the fact too now because he doesn't get the notifications on time, like when I put out notifications or what have you. Because he always says it. I got this notification a week later. What the hell? I missed the show. So he started watching them like backlog, basically. Yeah, well, sometimes you can get those bot subs. Fortunate, like the fortunate thing with me is when I was doing the old content where I would actually just make videos, I had picked up like 20 subs from that or whatever first. And like some of those people, a dude transition over here, but the growth on this thing it's not great. It's not terrible. But like I said, I also look at it as quality over quantity too in a lot of cases. Like I could have 1 million subs, and if I'm not interacting with anybody or I'm just sitting here talking and listening to myself speak, because I don't I don't think anybody who starts streaming or what have you. That's got to be the first challenge that was rough for me, because if I go back and watch the first video, I'll bet you I rambled through like 500 different topics in about 30 seconds because you're nervous about it and you kind of want to get what's on your mind out there, and you see people watching you and you want to keep them in your channel. So you start talking really fast and then you start talking about all different stuff and you just go off, and it can be tiring, and then you end up losing people that would normally watch you. I'm sure there's people that were watching me that won't be watching me because I said what I said about like the election or stuff like this. And I've always been kind of straightforward with, I'm not a Trump guy. I'm definitely not like a Democrat guy. I'm a centrist. But it doesn't matter. People are going to hear me say, well, Trump had the better policies, and be like, oh, this asshole's a Trump supporter. Because that's just how they roll. I'm not in their lockstep. Um, but one of the bigger things is, and I had said this before, I don't grift. I don't try to make money. I don't go for the super chat. I don't go for, hey, join my channel and become a member. Hey, suggest me to 25 of your friends and force them to come watch my shit. I don't do any of that. And the reason why is because I worry about losing authenticity. I worry about, well, if I start looking at these numbers and I start really grinding on these numbers and worrying about it, what's going to happen is you become obsessed, and then, all of a sudden 5 people unsubscribe from you. Oh my God, I lost 10% of my channel. Like all of a sudden a panic sets in where I can be more like, look, if you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. And I'm cool with it either way. Like, I'm not trying to make it a living. But the quality of the people that watch me, I enjoy it. If Devin drops in here for 2 minutes because I know she's working her ass off right now and comes in and puts a thing of popcorn in my chat and just says hello to me, that means more to me than, some guy who's going to jump in here, drop $50, talk whatever dumb shit he wants to talk instead of having a real conversation and hop out of here. Like, the money would be nice. Money's always nice. But you got to be legitimate about it too. Like, you have to be legitimate with money will only take you so far. The one thing I can say about ABL is one of the good parts of ABL, he will just read somebody's chat and be like, that's right, so and so, I agree with you. He'll just read your chat for no reason. If he sees something he agrees with or what have you, he'll just speak his mind. You didn't have to send him $10 for him to read it. It was just a polite thing to do. And it's something that he can like either talk on or keeps the show flowing. It also makes the person that made that comment want to comment more because they were heard. They were heard by the guy watching the chat. There's also guys in there that have talked shit to ABL, and ABL calls them out, and it's hysterical. Yeah, she really is. Her and her husband, very good people. True story, shout out to her. When I'm sitting there trying to figure out audio and camera and all this, and Alien had sent me over shit to watch so that I understood how streaming worked, how to use this OBS studio, Open Broadcast Studio, rather, OBS, and kind of explain it and break it down. So I've always appreciated Alien because he really did like, yeah, man, you can do it. You can stream. I think you would be good at it. He had confidence in me before I even had confidence in me, right? But then part of the problem was I couldn't get the audio working like at all. Like the shit just kept failing. And I couldn't figure out why. Devin sat with me for 2 hours one day in Discord and went into a voice channel with me and until I got the audio to work completely. Her and her husband sat there and, she's like, no, I'm helping GAM, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, did he try this? Did he try that? Honestly, didn't have to do that. Could have said, well, sorry, dude, it's not working, not my problem. No. Took time out of their day. Her husband, too, took time out of his day. to just sit there and help me get this shit up and running. Well, here's my feeling on that. With the struggling with election chats, my big problem is this, Sheree. He shouldn't be struggling with them. When they were coming in, he should have stopped what he was saying, acknowledged the chat immediately, and wiped it out because he knew he was going to get a shit ton of them. Most of the people I watch that get a ton of super chats, they read them as they come in if they know they're going to get a ton of them, except for somebody like a Tim Pool who only reads 2 of the super chats and thanks everybody else for the super chats they sent, which is why I can't believe anybody sends Tim Pool any kind of super chat. But that election coverage, he's letting you're basically just watching counters, and when he was covering it, I flipped to different channels because I was like, okay, well, you're just kind of going to watch, let's see what ABC's doing, let's see what MSNBC's saying, let's see what Fox News is saying. Okay, well, you're letting them talk or whatever. All you should really be worried about is what that electoral vote count is. Don't worry about shit else. Worry about your electoral count and then take care of your chats right then and there. And then later on, you won't have this problem where 3, 4 days later, or if you're going through your stream, that night people sent you super chats. At the end of it, well, looks like I'm going to be on for another 2 hours. This sucks, but let's knuckle through it. I'm thankful that he got those super chats, though. I'm thankful people enjoyed his channel. I'm thankful that he had like 14,000 people, 15,000 people watching, and hopefully he got more subscribers. At the same point in time, that's unfortunately part of the game when it comes to YouTube from people that are used to getting them all the time, seeing what they do. Like I have the understanding of this is what you do. Like you get one super chat, you thank them for the super chat, and you hammer through that super chat, take care of it immediately. Yeah, I mean, let's hope. I mean, I like nothing. No matter what, even if I were to stop watching ABL tomorrow, you're never gonna hear me talk shit on that man because he earned it. He earned his way up. He's a good cat, and he's done a good job and built a decent channel with decent people watching him. And I can honestly say this about AVL. I've never seen him be somebody he's not so that he got extra clicks. I've never seen him, even if I break his stones about like, the one meal a day or this, that, or the other, at least I know he's authentic. He's not bullshit. He built that stuff his way. He built to 1 million on his own steam, saying what was on his mind. It's not like he's sitting there telling everybody a bunch of shit and then turning around and going, yeah, well, he's really a Kamala supporter or something, He just is who he is. And you can kind of respect it. Like you have to, or well, you don't have to. I mean, I guess some people don't, but I do. I think to me that authenticity is the greatest currency you could have. Being honest about who you are. Like, I often say I'm an asshole. Well, that's because I am an asshole. But at least I'm honest about it. Doesn't make it any better than I'm an asshole. It just makes me an honest asshole. Yeah, I mean, and good on him. And I hope I know Alien has said that AVL was one of the inspirations for him getting into streaming, as well as a few others. So that's cool. That means even if AVL just inspired one person to stream, he did something right. Now I got to play this game with my shaky ass hands. Don't squeeze the tube too hard. Just, I need a little dot of this. I don't need a whole big blob. Please come out in one little dot. Oh, I got it. I got it and didn't fuck it up. Look at that. One little dot. One little dot of blue so I can get this eye done. Hopefully this one is fine enough to just hit an eyeball. My God, I didn't screw up the eyeball. I think it needs... Oh, man. Do I go back in there and hit it with black? Nah, you know what the hell with that. I'm not even going to risk it. Not even going to risk it. Let me see. Is this one overpowering? One of them's overpowering light. Like, I've got really good light for some reason tonight on my figure. There we go. That looks a little bit more like him, huh? I don't think he came out bad. I even got the gold around the seam lines through the back. Yep. Wait a minute. Oh, you son of a bitch. All right, turn that light back on. Shit. Shit, Sheree. I did not come back around the one part. Like, I got this whole underside, right? And it came out fine. I can thicken it up a little bit like I just did. God damn it. Right in here, there's a second band. There's a second band of gold that goes around that yellow and under his arm. I was like, oh, I'm done. But no. That's better. That little second band of gold. Holy shit. Um, I can also tighten up this little, like, I'm sorry. I'm going to get to that point with this. It's going to be time to put it down before I screw it up. But I'm not at that point yet. I'm getting close, though. Tune in next time when I do the Buddy Muhammad for Muslims. You want to talk about something that would get me killed? Oh, shit. Thank you, Sheree. Thank you. Um, I will do it like this for him. I think. Don't know how to set him up where it doesn't look shitty. Let me see. If I kill the light, maybe. Hopefully you can actually see the... Let's see. Bring this one in. Click it on. There we go. Bring them in a little bit. That is the closest I will ever go to painting actual Jesus, is this right here, the Buddy Christ. Otherwise, I would find it to be sacrilege. But considering I'm painting something that's a prop from a movie, I'm all right with that. Actually, painting a real religious figure, I'd feel like a total douche. I'd feel like I'm devaluing somebody's religion, something to that extent. And I honestly, I know some people take their religion very, very seriously, and I don't want to insult anybody's religion. This is for fun. It's supposed to be a prop from the movie Dogma. So hopefully that does it. Oh, shit. I lost the damn... Oh, there it is. I was like, I lost my fucking mouse. Thank you, Sheree. I'm calling it a night myself. I appreciate the hell out of you, Sheree. Thank you for being my mod. Truly makes you the greatest mod on the internet on 2 channels now. But thank you for sticking with me until the job was done, as always. And thank you for everybody who was watching. Didn't chime in, just sat back and watched me paint. Yeah, I know it's not the greatest paint jobs. I know it's not the greatest models, but I appreciate the hell out of all of you for even just putting up my bullshit, my mouth rambling, whatever. Um, I will see you guys again live on Sunday, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Hang in there, and until next time, just remember, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.